Hello. I hurried up and finished getting ready for the wonderful raid. Thank you so much, Adef, for raiding. Hello, I'm Author Blues. And I'm a professional streamer. I mean, kinda. I have heard of a Doomwad called Pirate Doom that is ostensibly a Monkey Island themed Doomwad. I have heard of it. I've never played it, but I've heard of it. Alright. So last time, we just began... did we get to the actual siege? Did the siege of Spinner Cay begin? I don't think it did. So we're here on Spinner Cay. We're trying to collect all of the summoning artifacts. And I think the one that I was missing...
Hi, lemonade.
Hello, sailor.
I
think the one that I was missing was one where I'd forgotten...
None taken.
I had forgotten that I don't need to find a fishing hook. I actually already have a hook for fishing.
Okay, come on, little fishy. Hey, I think I feel a nibble. Come a little closer.
I had completely forgotten how this part worked.
Uh-oh.
Hold still.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood. Oh, am I getting tired of saying this? Mighty pirate, yada
Yada yada yada. Smartball, thanks so much for the resub.
Guybrush Threepwood, obtainer of cranky golden fish artifacts. Whew.
No, he can hold his breath for 10 whole minutes. Okay, so I have all the summoning artifacts, right? Yeah? He's bringing it up as often as he can.
What's going on?
It's
Unbelievable,
McGillicuddy.
Smartball.
He's moving his ships in and creating a blockade around the island. He's gonna tear this place apart if he doesn't get those summoning artifacts.
Can two
I'm
ships
headed for higher ground.
really form
I'll
a
be at the shop
blockade?
if you need me.
From a mechanical perspective, how does a blockade work?
Screaming narwhal out to sea before the blockade has a chance to move in, so she's not caught in the crossfire.
Okay, I'll find a way to get out to you as soon as I find...
Help!
Elaine! Winslow, wait! I have to get Elaine! I'll be right back!
No time, sir. You'll have to find a way to slip past the blockade. I'll be waiting to pick you up.
Thanks, Sam Leeson.
Is someone there? I need some help!
It's okay, I'll come save you.
No, Sea Bunny, what happened?
McGillicuddy! He caught me off guard, knocked me out, and kidnapped Chieftain Beluga. I was working out a plan to rescue him, but then I got blindsided by a falling chunk of Mer statue, and now I'm stuck.
I got you.
You hate to see it happen.
All right, let's sneak out to my ship and sail out of here.
Right, your ship.
This is midway
one more ship
through
for my
toward the
plan.
end of chapter 2.
Oh, and we're not leaving yet.
But
Okay, listen carefully. There's always a weak point on the blockade. We're going to use a classic two-point distract and skewer to take advantage of it.
Ooh, a
we'll
classic.
bring traction spewer. Got it.
I'm going to get my ship out of hiding and provide a distraction on the east side. Your job is to get to the Spoon Isle beach and distract them on the west.
How do I do that?
There's a cannon on the beach. Constant attacks from that should keep them occupied so someone else can slip through unnoticed.
Who else is there?
I also need you to tell LeChuck about his part. He needs to sneak through the weak point in the blockade once you and I have been distracted, then take your ship, sail out to McGillicuddy's flagship, sink it, and rescue Beluga.
Actually, I think I should be the one to sail out there and do the valiant sinking and rescuing of the Merking. Queen, whatever.
Oh, sweetie, I wish you could. But the pox has taken McGillicuddy over completely now. There's no reasoning with him anymore.
But it's my ship and...
Said, quit your whimpering and grow some barnacles for Blackbeard's sake. I'm making the plans here, fancy pants.
Yikes. Don't look now, but I think you might be slightly infected with the pox.
Not
Unless
great.
you want to find yourself in a match instead of hook hands, I suggest you do as I say.
Yes, dear.
Whew. I've got to run, love. Go and find LeChuck and tell him the plan.
Hey, LeChuck. Helene says you should see how many cannonballs you can fit in your stupid...
I can hear you.
Yes, dear.
Classic.
There. Now they won't singe everything in my pockets.
Yeah, Elaine from Tales is one of the better Elaines.
I'll just turn the heat up a little. Uh-oh. If nobody saw it, it didn't happen.
That's how I live my life. Is there anything interesting happening here now that the blockade has started? I don't think so.
Come on, give us the golden sea turtle. We saw you pry it out of that altar.
You'll have to pry it from my no longer cold, dead hand.
LeChuck?
Guybrush, get out of here. These guys think I still have the artifact, and they are willing to kill to get it back.
Okay, but Elaine wants me to tell you something.
It'll have to wait, Guybrush. I don't think these guys are gonna let me leave without giving them the artifact first.
These guys are going to make a reappearance in Chapter 5. It's going to be very exciting for everyone. Anyway, let me do the needful.
Grilled parrot. Too bad this thing isn't hot.
Too bad.
Well, they're in there, but they really aren't hot enough to do anything. Hey, perfect fit! And they said that heating and air conditioning certificate I earned at Pirate Night School would never come in handy.
Do you want to make more money? Sure, we all do.
Grilled parrot. Too bad this thing isn't hot. Whoa! Now that's a barbecue!
Now that's what I call barbecue.
Sorry, little guy. Good thing you're not actually alive.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Well, that's unsettling. Ooh, melty. Ouch! Hot!
Now, if you try to just run this directly to the altar, you don't get there in time. But you can take the slightly shorter path. Oh, is this going the wrong way? Am I going the wrong way right now? I am. Yeah. I took a wrong turn, but you need to go up to the top of the hill and pour it in from up there because it's fewer screen transitions. It basically counts as screen transitions. Was it this way I was supposed to go? Yeah, it's that way. Okay. Well, I just won't... this time what I'll do is I just won't go the wrong way.
Let's try this again.
Just stop big ships. I guess that makes sense. Like stopping supplies gain in. It's like a... I mean... That's what a siege usually is stopping supplies.
Over the edge you go. Bullseye.
Oh, going the right way this time. Alright, yeah, I can see how that might be an attractive option. We are getting ready to monkey around. So I poured my Pyrite Parrot of Petaluma into the holder for the turtle artifact to make a fake turtle artifact.
Hey, not bad. Good enough to fool the undiscerning pirate eye anyway.
Does it still talk?
One counterfeit sea turtle artifact, made from fool's gold.
Hmm. I feel like I remember this being one of the longer chapters. I mean, they're all pretty lengthy. Tales of Monkey Island is admittedly a bit long in the tooth. It's good, but it's a bit long because it was released episodically.
Hey guys, look! He's got the summoning artifact right here!
He's right! Grab it, men!
Let me at him!
You will never! Give it here! Give it here!
I got him! Out! Hold him down!
I'll take you all on! I got it!
Ooh, that looks painful.
What is that big round hairstyle? I've never seen that hairstyle before.
I don't know what happened.
Is that like a real
To
hairstyle?
take on armies without blinking an eye. Now a handful of pox-stricken pirates can wrestle away the artifact?
Ah, don't beat yourself up, LeChuck. These guys did a good enough job. Besides, that turtle artifact they took was a fake.
Oh, it's not
I
a
still
bowl
have the real
cut.
one, nice and safe.
Good thinking, lad. Where'd you learn to pull off a trick like that?
That? Oh, I've been doing that kind of thing for years. In fact, I'm,
It almost looks like an afro that's been cinched at the
I
top.
bet you are, boy. Now, you said Elaine had something she wanted you to tell me?
Elaine told me she wants you to go out to the beach and use the cannon to provide a distraction for the blockade while I sail out and rescue the Merleader.
That's not what I said.
Really? Are you sure that's what she said?
Positive. We're buddies now, right? I wouldn't lie to you.
Ha! I suppose you're right, Guybrush.
You're
I'll get
right.
on it.
I'm sorry. Everyone point and laugh. They used the wrong your.
Good luck, lad.
Jerk.
Embarrassing. Actually unplayable video game.
Don't want to bother him while he's got a cannon. Looks like I might be able to sneak through the blockade here.
Ha-ha! See if you can handle this, boys.
They're shooting at me! Why are they shooting at me?
Oop, I clicked off the window. Didn't mean to.
Aha! This must be the weak point in the blockade. Now all I need to do is quietly sail through and... Ah!
The color's off on my webcam. I'm gonna fix it when we're between chapters.
Huh?
Hey, who's shooting at me?
Hoist your colours, you mangy sea dogs! Not one of you has the guts to sail out here and face me!
Elaine!
You're lucky I'm stuck in this blockade, you saucy female, or I'd sail me ship right over you.
Okay, well,
Aha! So long, suckers. It was nice chatting with you again, but I've got a Merleader to save.
Where'd he go? Did you let him through?
Me? If you didn't notice, I'm a little busy over here.
Shooting blindly at a far-off island ain't exactly what I'd call busy, you sniveling spud scraper. Arrgh! Arrgh! Ah!
were people good at aiming cannons back in the ye old pirate times? Like, if there's just a guy with a single cannon on a beach, I feel like he's
Surely you have a
unbeatable.
story to share about the
You're aiming
See you
at
too,
boats,
Mr.
and they're trying to
Winslow,
aim
but
at
there's
a
no time for
single
stories
guy.
now. We gotta take down McGillicuddy and save the Merleader.
Fantastic, sir. Just point out his location on the map, and we'll be on our way.
Let's get out of here, Mr. Winslow. No, I'm avoiding that place. Onward to Brillig Island.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hey, I just snuck past you guys. How'd you get here so fast?
It's amazing how fast you can jump on a rowboat and flee when your boss is gonna come looking to rip your guts out for botching the job.
I figure as long as we are dead anyway, we might as well dig up the golden artifact and run. Of course, now we can't find the blasted thing.
I know we left it on this island. It has to be here somewhere.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where do you think you're going?
Long walk along the beach?
Fine. Just stay where I can see you, and don't even think of digging out here. That treasure is ours. Ours.
Of course. I'd never stand in the way of a pirate and his treasure.
Wait, am I stuck here now?
Well, I'm out of ideas, guys. Good luck with the treasure.
Oh, okay.
Good to have you back, Captain. Where will we be heading next, Captain?
Let's head back to Flotsam Island.
I'll get as close as I can, but with the winds blowing out now, we
Okay,
won't
so
be able
So I can't
to reach.
go to
Set
Flotsam.
sail for Boulder Beach.
Yes, sir.
Wait, I went to Brillig before.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank. Well, set sail for Boulder Beach.
Yes, sir, Captain.
I like this place. It's relaxing.
Good to have you. Where would...
Isle of Yew. Nice plot of land. I wonder if Elaine would let me build a summer home here.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Where to, Captain?
Onward to
Am I supposed to be doing
Aye, sir.
something with the dudes at Brillig?
I'm back.
Oh, we will.
Ooh, bendy. I never get sick of rubber trees.
Don't touch that.
Well, that's not gonna work.
Oi, don't be sneaking around trying to get our treasure.
Nope. These summoning artifacts are too important to mess around with. I better just keep them safe.
Maybe there's like a shovel I can get that'll allow me
I'm
to
out of ideas.
dig out here? Is that what I'm doing wrong?
Good to have you. Well, we'll
Set sail for the...
not with that blockade out there, Captain. They'd sink us for sure.
Let's get McGillicuddy.
It's literally
Aye, sir.
the ship that, like, I saw the ship and I thought that was my ship, but it wasn't my ship. It was McGillicuddy's ship.
The icy blue.
I'm a doofus.
I will not let you summon the legendary sea creatures. You will not have a Sponja Grande.
Fine. Let's see how long it takes you to drown with your head submerged in the sea.
They're a
It'll
mer
be a
person.
while. I can breathe underwater too, you know.
Don't tell me what I know, you oversized anchovy. I don't need to know stuff. I've got the pox. Lower the mer leader.
Aye, aye, Captain. Lowering the mer leader.
Captain McGillicuddy, prepare to be boarded and surrender the fishman.
I don't think so, boy. The chieftain is gonna tell me exactly where to find the artifacts so I can get to a Sponja Grande or end up as seagull pickings among the rocks when I run aground.
Don't worry about me. The captain has lost his ability to reason. He thinks he's going to drown me, a mer person. You must keep the summoning artifacts safe, Guybrush.
Guybrush? Threepwood! Then you're the one who stopped my men with this accursed cheap imitation summoning artifact!
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate. Uh-oh.
Arr! You'll rue the day you cross paths with me, boy!
Ha!
I'm
really gotta
Guybrush
look up-
Threepwood.
Guybrush, sink his ship.
I'll deal with you later, Stinkwood. I think old Finface here wants another dip in the drink.
Here we go again.
Tell me the ritual words, or you'll be sleeping with the fishes.
That's where I sleep anyway.
Tell me, or I'll send you to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, that'd be great. I need to pick up a few things for dinner.
What are those ritual summoning words?
You'll never get me to tell.
Prepare to meet your maker, McGillicuddy.
Arr!
Wow, nice shot.
That's like a 1 in a
If I
million
ever
shot.
Find a crewman who let you through the blockade, I'm gonna maroon them on one of those deserted islands in the middle of the ocean.
Hey, McGillicuddy.
Threepwood.
2.
Let Beluga go. I have all the summoning items.
Good. Then I'll know where to find them after the mer leader tells me the ceremonial ritual words.
I'll never tell you.
I will not be
Either
telling you
you'll
those.
Spill your guts, or I will.
I've seen a lot of pirates missing a lot of body parts, but you're the first one I've seen with a peg brain.
Oh, so that's how you want to play, eh?
The mast!
Good riddance, Threepwood.
I'll be back for you, Chieftain Beluga.
We'll need to get the mast repaired again before we can catch up to McGillicuddy's ship.
I know. I'll use the map. Let's get out of here, Mr. Winslow. Set sail for the Jerkbait Island.
Yes, sir. Looks like your friends have driven back the blockade. It should be safe now.
Okay, is there like a shovel or something I can dig up the rubber tree with?
Fresh bait!
Me again.
So I see. What can I get you?
I need my mast repaired. Again.
Again? Wow, twice in one day.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to rescue your leader and take down McGillicuddy, but that guy is cannon happy.
Oh, how heroic. I'll get right on it.
That was
Mast
fast.
repair, that's
Our
gonna cost you.
leader's life is at stake. Now get out there and do your thing.
I think I'm...
Don't be...
I need to get the rubber tree off of Brillig, but I don't remember how to get it. I just remember that there's a rubber tree there and I need it to be my mast. You think we got caber toss money out here? I guess I'll take a quick look around here before I go back. I have to convince them to dig it up, is what I seem to remember. I need to convince the guys on Brillig that there is something underneath that tree, and that they need to dig it up. Maybe I need to focus on that angle. I was just desperate to get out of that conversation, but the conversation...
There's nothing better...
That conversation might have an option for, like, go dig over
Prepare
here.
to set sail, Mr. Onward to... I'm back. Find that treasure yet?
Oh. Go away.
Oh, come... So, can't find the treasure, huh?
I know it's here. It's just, well, we reburied it so many times I can't remember where we put it.
Sounds like someone should have been a little more decisive. Maybe I can help. I think I see a bit of the chest poking out by the tree.
What do you think I am, some kind of backhoe? Do you know how hard it is to get through rubber tree roots?
That makes it the ideal place to bury a treasure. If you were a smart pirate, that's exactly where you would have buried it.
Gah! There ain't nothing here!
Try the tree again.
Nah, those roots are too thick. There ain't no treasure chest down there.
I'll leave you guys to it.
Arr.
One of nature's bludgeons.
Oi, get away from there!
I can't just dig. Tim Boyne?
Hey, what'd you do that for? You're messing up our hoe!
Sorry.
I always wanted to be a lumberjack.
Okay. Now, I should be able to request to have that rubber tree be used
Set sail for the
to make my, my mast. I don't know if my mast needs to be broken in order to repair it, but... or to, like, get the shop to replace it, but we'll see. I love the little Metroid in a bottle they've got there.
Fresh bait!
Me again.
So I see. What can I get you?
These trees on Spoon Isle.
Don't be...
Alright, I think I do need to... I unfortunately think I do need to have my mast broken again.
Good to have you back, Captain.
Prepare to set sail, Mr. Straight on.
Yes?
Shove off!
Scruffy, you know how long it took me to grow this beard this way?
Tell me the ritual words, or you'll be sleep. Arr! And with the fishes.
Damn, that shot was 1 in a million.
Captain.
Why do you keep bothering me?
Your mom is so fat, it's probably a serious health risk for her. She might want to visit a physician about that.
Shut your hole, hook boy.
He doesn't seem to understand your mama jokes.
Blast and bother! You know, sir, I don't mind handling the bill for replacing the mast over and over again. I really don't.
Yes, thank you, Winslow. Duly noted. I'll get the map. Let's get out of here, Mr.
Okay.
Set sail.
Now, when I repair the mast, I should get an option to use the rubber tree? I believe?
Now
Me again.
accepting coupons
I see.
only. What can I get you?
I'm gonna need another mast replacement, and I'm pretty sure I found a suitable tree on a small island just north of the Rock of Gelato.
Yeah? I'll go check it out. Hey, you were right. Never used a rubber tree for a mast before, but it worked just fine. Your ship is ready and better than ever.
I think I'm...
I've got a rubber mast. I don't... That... sentence feels weird.
Good to have you back, Captain.
Prepare to set sail, Mr. Winslow. Let's get McGillicuddy.
Aye, aye, sir.
So now that my mast is made of rubber,
Just mind your own business if you know what's
I
good
want him
for
to
ya.
shoot my mast.
Do I look like a guy
For what I
who
think
knows
are
what's
obvious
good for me?
reasons, because we
Tell
all
me
know
the
how
ritual
physics
words,
works, right?
Or you'll be sleeping with the
Hey, ugly.
Is there just a cannonball floating in midair there? Hold on.
fishes.
That's where I sleep anyway.
Tell me, or I'll send you to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, that'd be great.
This game's such a
I need
weird
to pick
buggy
up a-
mess.
No, Captain!
Why do you keep bothering me?
The boxes on my rear look better than your face.
Grr! You be wearing on me nerves, Threepwood. Don't you ever get tired of losing?
Oh, I don't intend on losing this time, kelp sucker. Give me your best shot.
No! My ship! Damn you, Threepwood!
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
That'll teach you to mess with Guybrush. Oh no, the Merleader.
The Merleader can
Nicely
swim.
done, Guybrush. Once underwater, I was easily able to escape. The Vocalians are in your debt. Now let's go home.
Good show, sir. I knew you'd make a good captain from the moment I saw your beard.
Thank you, Mr.
That's the
Winslow.
beard of a
Now,
solid
back
captain.
to the Jerkbait Islands before Elaine's pox gets any worse.
The map, sir?
What?
I like it when you point on the map.
Oh, very well, Mr. Winslow.
Mr. Winslow's the type of character to
Let's
get
outta
you
here, Mr.
involved in
Winslow.
his fetishes without your consent. You know what I
Set sail
mean?
for the
Does that make
Jerkbait
sense?
Islands, Mr. Winslow.
Yes, sir, Captain Threepwood.
Guybrush Threepwood, on behalf of the Mer people of the Jerkbait Islands, I wish to extend our deepest thanks and gratification. Please approach.
How about a reward instead?
Guybrush!
Indeed. I return to you in its former glorious state, your prized pyrite parrot of
My pyrite parrot of Petaluma!
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate. I know.
Yada yada
Thanks.
yada.
If there is anything else we can offer you, please feel free to ask.
Your thanks is enough. and your gold! Give us all your gold! Sorry, something got stuck in my throat.
Actually, there is something. You wouldn't happen to know what the secret of Monkey Island is, would you?
I know what the secret of Donkey Island is, if that helps.
Turns out no.
Ew, no!
I do not want anyone to explain to me that joke.
Actually, there is one thing. I sort of caused this pox, and I need a Spongia Grande to fix that. Especially now.
What do you mean by that, you worthless piece of... oh, whew. Excuse me.
I have the artifacts. Will you perform the ceremonial ritual to summon the legendary sea creatures to take me there?
You, Guybrush, are the holder of the summoning items. You must be the one to use them. Come, give me the artifact. I will teach you the ritual words.
Aw. You could just hand it to them.
Take this and throw it with all your might into the ocean. Then speak these words. Oh, great legendary creatures of the sea! Come on, boys. Get the ball. You want the ball? Ha, ha, ha. You want the ball? Come get it.
Really? Those are the ceremonial ritual words?
So it has been written. When you are ready, they will lead your ship to where you need to be. Again, thank you, Guybrush Threepwood.
It's a good ritual.
And good luck in your journey.
Well, that's that.
It's the
Come
same
on,
ritual
Elaine,
Bob
let's get that
uses to
sponge and
summon
go home.
Shamrock.
Wait. I just need to check up on LeChuck and those monkeys. You go ahead and summon the creatures. I'll meet you at your ship in just a moment.
I'm starting to think LeChuck was less of a nuisance when he was an evil zombie demon. Well, here goes nothing. Here, boys. Come and get it. Oh, shoot. Whoa. Creepy.
Captain Threepwood.
Ah,
I see the ocean beasties have been summoned. Are we ready to go then?
Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question?
maybe. Just a few more minutes, Mr. Winslow. I'm still waiting for Elaine and stupid LeChuck to get here. Something about monkeys or pants, I don't know.
Guybrush,
Elaine, there you are. Come on, let's go. LeChuck, been great seeing you again. Hope the human thing works out for you. I got a wife to go home and snuggle with. Later.
Guybrush, I'm not coming with you.
What?
It's these monkeys.
Is this a divorce?
Well, I'm going to need help getting these poor little guys back to their homes.
You go and get España Grande. You don't need me for that.
España?
Besides, I really think I should keep an eye on LeChuck. Trust me, sweetie.
Okay.
That's not how we pronounce
Don't
that.
worry, boy. I'll take good care of her while you're gone.
Elaine, I'll be back for you in the blink of a squid's eye.
Be careful, dear, and don't put your lips on anything.
Mr.
That's
Winslow,
not
follow
a
those
promise
sea creatures.
Guybrush can make.
The map?
Again with the map?
I like the map.
Forget about the map. Just go.
I thought we agreed.
You're making us look bad. Just
I
go.
know that the J
Alright,
should
I'm
be
going.
pronounced as a Y,
To España
but no one
Grande.
else in the game pronounces that way. I feel like they just didn't really communicate that with the voice actress for Elaine. They didn't tell her, hey, we've all kind of been collectively mispronouncing this.
Are we almost there, Mr. Winslow?
I'm not sure, Captain Threepwood. I'm just following the beasties. I have no idea where they're going. And to be honest, I'm not sure they do either.
We'll be fine, Mr. Winslow. Just stay on course. Ah, this is the sweet pirate life. Out in the deep blue with your best ship and crew searching for the world's rarest treasures, which just happens to be a giant voodoo-sucking sea sponge in this case. Makes you wonder why
Classic.
anyone would consider any other life. Am I right, Mr. Winslow? Mr. Winslow? You again?
Miss me?
Not really.
Turns out the Marquis isn't satisfied with just your hand. He wants the complete package. So I'm taking over this ship and taking you back to Flotsam Island. Try anything funny, and the short one gets it.
Ha! You don't have the skills or the wit to defeat Guybrush Threepwood.
I don't need wit to carve a bloody hole in your chest.
See, that wasn't witty at all. Go ahead, run him through. I don't think you have the guts.
Why must you tempt her, sir?
Don't worry, she won't do it. She's only got orders to bring me in. Killing you wouldn't bring her any profit.
He's right, I'm afraid. It's part of the Pirate Hunter's Code. Don't kill anyone you aren't getting paid to. So, I'll just kill you, Guybrush.
And you think the Marquis will pay you for bringing in my lifeless corpse? Believe me, this dead body is totally worthless.
Captain, something's happening to the sea creatures.
Why don't you give this up? Join me instead. We can sail together, see the world, just you and me, looting and pillaging in every harbor. It could be just like you always dreamed.
As wonderful as that sounds, Guybrush, I do have a job to do. Besides, you're already married to Elaine. Ugh.
Yeah, but she never lets me do any looting or pillaging either.
Poor Guybrush.
I don't believe it.
Well, you better believe it, sister. Wait, believe what? What?
I like Chapter 3, but it always feels like such a slog to get through Chapter 3. I'm saying this at the beginning of it. I know, but like, I'm just thinking about all the stuff that's in Chapter 3, and it's like, Christ, you're gonna be here all day, aren't we? Alright, well, that's that game. Let me fix my webcam really quickly, see if I can get the color balance better. My webcam settings have been really weird lately. I can't seem to get it back to the way it looked before. I can cool it off a bit. That's maybe a little better. Okay. Tales of Monkey Island. Is it gonna crash? It crashed. It crashes whenever I tab out on the... Hold on a second. Give me one moment. It crashes whenever I tab out on the title screen. It just really does not like the title screen to be tabbed out of. The rest of the game actually is pretty resilient to crashing. It happens really infrequently. But for some reason, the title screen in particular is really prone to crashing. Alright, I'm gonna hit new game and let the cutscene play while I go grab a drink real quick.
It is said that we are never so vulnerable than when we trust. But paradoxically, if we cannot trust, neither can we find our heart's desire. Guybrush Threepwood, trusting in his voodoo spell, unleashes a pox on the Caribbean. He escapes from Flotsam Island to pursue his wife Elaine and to find a cure to the pox that infects them both. On the Jerkbait Islands, Guybrush finds Elaine together with his arch-enemy LeChuck. With deep reluctance, Guybrush trusts his wife with the former ghost pirate and seeks the cure on his own. Hunted by the lethal Morgan Le Fay, Threepwood must right his wrong by finding La Esponja Grande. For the pox is transforming the seas into a treacherous beast. And the beast is hungry.
I don't believe it.
Well, you better believe it, sister. Wait, believe what? What?
Hello, and welcome back.
Christ!
You can turn it down, this is pretty loud.
I'm sorry, I'm inside a manatee at the moment. Look behind you!
Oh, I've heard that one before. Ugh.
She should have listened.
Well done, sir. Walked the bonny bounty huntress right into a trap.
You have to admire her stick-to-itiveness.
She's out cold.
Good. We need to get back on the track to finding La Esponja Grande. I'm gonna go find a way out of here. Preferably through the front door. Not
What
the,
does Lothario mean?
service entrance.
I'll keep an eye on Miss LaFleur.
Is that like a name
If
from a
she
Shakespeare
stirs,
play?
I'll give her the old scurvy buttons.
I don't want to know what that is.
I think Winslow might be problematic.
An encampment. Talk about roughing it. Better go check it out. Hello? Excuse me?
What is this? An adventurer from the outside? Who are you?
I'm Guybrush
Coronado
Threepwood,
de Cava,
mighty pirate.
mighty explorer.
De Cava! I've been looking for you! What are you doing in here?
I'm on my way to a very important artifact, to be acquired for a very important woman.
I hate to be the one to break this to you, but you're stuck inside of an overgrown sea mammal. You're not on your way anywhere.
Heavens no! I'm not stuck! Quite the contrary. It's all part of the plan of the ocean gods. The mouth of the manatee leads me to the artifact. The seahorses led the mouth to me. Just as I freed myself from the brig of Fat Island by bribing the guard for his bootlace, stringing him up with a pulley fashioned from a stale scone, and then growing at my toenails over the course of a year in order to carefully carve them into a lock-picking kit, I, Coronado de Cava, will walk out of this beast when the time is right.
And when is that? I'm on a bit of a timetable.
When we arrive at the sacred manatee mating grounds.
Oh boy.
I'm sure he hasn't been in here long.
How long have you been in here?
Years! This journey has been even longer than expected, but the exploration is fraught with unforeseen hurdles yearning to be overcome.
You made a lock-picking kit out of toenails?
That's right!
You didn't try the tempt the guard dog with a bone trick?
Bah, that's for amateurs.
So I have this locket I'm supposed to give to you.
Oh my! I haven't seen this locket for some years. She's just as I remember. Where did you... What is this?
Threepwood, it is I.
Yikes.
Well done. You have found Coronado de Cava and are one step closer to La Esponja Grande. De Cava and his crew will prove indispensable on your quest. And while the pox spreads with every passing moment, you must tread lightly, Guybrush. Years of searching for the sponge have made De Cava unstable. He was always a bit of a sensitive soul, so please, I implore you, do not mention me. Do not mention La Esponja. And whatever you do, do not tell him where you acquired his locket.
Where did you get this? Who sent you? What are you doing here?
The voodoo lady gave me the locket and told me to find you so I could track down La Esponja Grande for her so we can cure...
She what? Medio! That two-timing soothsaying strumpet!
Huh?
La Esponja is to be mine to give to her as a gargantuan absorbent symbol of my fiery passion! I'm gone for 2 seconds and she's making time with a prepubescent picaron!
No, it's not like that.
We don't
No
use
way.
that word.
We're hardly even friends.
Right, a friend who she gives an invaluable sentimental locket. I bet she never sends you on any quests either.
No. I mean, from time to time she tells me what to do and where to go with little or no context,
That
but...
sounds like a quest. She used to give me quests. I thought I was a special. Has she ever made you a voodoo doll?
Don't answer that.
I don't believe you. Have you held her in your arms?
What? No, I'm married. Look.
I don't see a ring, Senor Guybrush.
I left it with my other hand.
I'll kill you.
I'm not after the voodoo lady's heart or La Esponja Grande.
Then why are you here?
Vacation.
Is that so?
Yes. Honeymooning, in fact.
With your invisible wife?
My very real wife. Let me just go get her.
I shall await her alleged arrival with tantalizing disbelief.
That's fair.
Winslow, I need to revive Morgan and present her to Dakava as my fake wife.
My, that reminds me of the time when...
Now, Winslow, Dakava's crazy.
Very well. I'm well trained in naval first aid. Do as I say. First things first. Take her pulse and see if she's alive.
What? She might be dead?
You never know about these things. Her wrist, Captain. Very good.
Her pulse is strong. What's this? A tattoo of the name Gus.
Gus.
This is for Chuck Bender.
Yeah, Chuck Bender.
Excellent. She's alive and kicking. Which reminds me, next, remove any and all weapons from the victim. We don't want her thrashing about and lopping off any more appendages.
Good thinking. All right, I've got her sword. It's engraved with a name, Dante Dragota.
Ooh, he sounds tough.
Gomez, not on the carpet.
No,
Now,
Gomez.
Elevate her feet to help with circulation.
Got it. Elevating her feet. What's this? An assassin's ledger.
Fascinating.
Who knew bounty hunters were so meticulous?
Gustavo, free, personal. Prince Hippolito de Toro. Gideon Gimpleg. Guybrush Threepwood.
She still hasn't come round. A most curious case. If only we had smelling salts, that would do the trick.
Bet I can find something suitably gross. I feel like a lot of the puzzles in chapter 3 are really just kind of like
Manatee earwax.
nonsense.
Rotten and pungent. Perfect.
Like, it's not even moon logic sometimes. It's like, okay, how were you supposed to know you could climb the mast
My
earlier?
pyrite parrot. I never leave home without it.
I mean, I know that you can see that there's something at the top of the mast,
It must have
but
been
like,
jostled out of my
why
pockets
would
and
you be able
washed
to
away
climb
during
it?
ingestion? It's gone forever.
Oh no, not the pyrite parrot. She's gonna love this.
Guybrush?
Oopsie daisy, mon adversaire. That'll teach you to take a legendary pirate at sword point. You lost your weapon privileges.
Ugh. Where are we?
We've been swallowed by a giant manatee, and you're about to pose as my fake wife in order to placate a puzzle-obsessed whack job.
Oh no, I'm not. As much as I'd love to play house with the Guybrush Threepwood, I'm already late getting you back to Flotsam Island.
Listen here, you poor excuse for a pissy privateer. Any more nip at you, and the captain will be sending your carcass on a tour of the small intestine.
I guess we call this the good pirate, bad pirate routine.
Oh, my. I'm terribly sorry. I think I ought to rest for a spell. Must have taken a mouthful of something vile on the way down.
See? That's the pox. It turns people into whatever that was, and it's in the process of ravaging the entire Caribbean. Even Elaine.
Okay, fine. But you have to do something for me.
What is it?
Will you sign this for me?
2 seconds ago, you were ready to slit my throat, and now you want to hang me in your locker?
I was just doing my job.
Give it here. Now, let's go deal with Cookie Coronado de Cava. You're my make-believe wife, so just act like it.
Well, 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 the panty-waisted pirate wannabe has found himself a lady.
Coronado, I'd like to introduce you to my wife,
Morgan.
Right. So, as you can see, there is no way I could be romantically affiliated with the Voodoo Lady. I am a one-woman man.
Sure
true.
you are, lover boy. If you two are really just wed, you don't mind answering a few questions?
Do your worst.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, but easy, girl.
Together now. How did you meet?
Pirating. Pull.
We met
We
through
met
work.
through work.
Where did you go on your first date?
The sunken discotheques at Pogawatu.
What?
All right, that's enough.
You believe us?
Almost.
Almost. What do I have to do to prove to you that I'm not your rival for the Voodoo Lady?
Just take a step forward.
Okay.
Both of you. Now, let's get down to brass barnacles.
Why did he just have that set up? Why was he prepared
I
for
have asked
this?
you both a series of personal questions, the answers of which are recorded here on these cards. Mr. Threepwood, you'll be happy to know that your wife has passed with flying colors. She seems to know every single detail of your life.
Don't say.
Now is your turn. Let's see what you know about Mrs. Threepwood. Answer 3 in a row correctly, and I'll believe you are honeymooners. Incorrectly, and it's the bowels of the beast for both of you. Question number 1. What was the name of her first love?
Gustavo.
Gustavo.
Correct.
What? How did you...
Question number 2. She recently purchased a ship. This vessel is known as the Knave of Blank.
Jugbender?
What's this? An assassin's ledger.
Fascinating.
Who knew bounty hunters were so meticulous?
I guess that's Jugbender?
Jugbender?
Nope.
Wrong! Failure! You know nothing of this woman! She is an imposter!
Whoa!
Prepare to be digested!
No, no, no! Let me try again.
Why should I?
Because you want to be sure you're not killing innocent tourists.
I suppose you are right. Plus, this is more excitement than I have had in years. Fine. Again.
Nice one.
Question number 1. She is...
Oh.
Could you repeat that?
She is quite a skilled fighter. Who trained her in the ways of combat?
Dante Dragota.
Dante Dragotta.
Correct. Question number 2. Who is her greatest idol?
Ah, that's an easy one.
Guybrush Threepwood.
Guybrush Threepwood.
Correct.
Idol is a strong word.
The third and final question. She was recently affected by the death of someone very close to her. Uncle what?
Noonie.
Noonie?
Oh, come on.
Failure again!
What?
Vaya con Dios.
Whoa, Takava, no. Give me another shot.
Why should I?
I was just confused. All this manatee breath is getting to me.
Oh, all right. Question number 1. What was the name of her favorite pet?
Gomez.
Gomez.
Correct.
No way.
Impressive, huh?
Question number 2. What was the name of her first love?
Gustavo.
Correct.
What? How did you...
The third and final question. She is quite a skilled fighter. Who?
Dante Dragotta.
Correct. Well, perhaps I was mistaken. You two might be married after all.
No, it's alright. If a guy turns up in a manatee with your girlfriend's locket, a man has a right to ask a question or two. Now, about this sponge.
Does he?
The one you are not after?
We're just sightseeing, right, honey?
That's right, Pookie Pie.
Well, perhaps you would like to join my crew. It could make a romantic tale for your honeymoon scrapbook.
I'd love to join your crew. I'm gaga for scrapbooking. We'll find La Esponja Grande in no time.
Magnifico!
What's next? Stool sample?
No, you look like a man of firm constitution. Now, any questions?
You have a crew? Are you counting your mood swings as members?
I set out from Flotsam Island all those years ago with 4 other brave souls, all of whom were to play a special role in finding La Esponja. I may have been a stern leader, but I loved them like sons.
Were you forced to eat them?
I would have rather starved than see harm befall them. Alas, they perished in the belly of the beast long ago. A torturous demise.
Unfortunate.
Sorry about that.
Sometimes I can still hear their screams.
When are we due to arrive? Wifey is getting antsy.
Ah, well, I'm afraid the manatee has been lost for some time now.
Lost? He's not a eunuch, is he?
His plumbing is still in working order, but his internal compass is another matter.
How can you tell?
Around and around he go. I've deduced that the problem lies within the manatee's inner ear, so I'm crafting him a new one.
That explains the spinning. How are you building an inner ear?
I'm weaving the husks of manatee throat grubs into a new cochlea for the beast. It's the only way. If you could bring me some, we'll save precious time.
I'm on it. These sacred manatee mating grounds. It's the home of La Esponja Grande?
That's correct.
Hot. It looks like all we have to do is skin a few manatee throat grubs for the old man, and then build a giant synthetic cochlea to replace the missing one up in the ear canal, and we'll be on our way.
Or you could give me my sword and I can just cut our way out of here.
I'm not letting you slice this poor fella open. Manatees are gentle giants.
Guybrush?
Back off, Susie Slicer. Easy. Whoa!
Rats. Smooth.
Thanks for the push. I'd never seen an epiglottis before.
Drink!
I think we just found Dakava's crew.
What say you, digested scum?
Get it? Because I had the TM and everything.
Hey, who you calling scum, Geppetto?
You!
Welcome to paradise.
Paradise?
The land of ever-flowing relaxation, soothing tunes, and all the ichor you can stomach.
Ew.
What brings you down here?
Just looking for your run-of-the-mill manatee cochlea.
Hey, we've got...
That's enough. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. And if I did, that would be a secret of the Brotherhood.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get into that Brotherhood.
Democratically united Brotherhood of the Manatee Interior. United we stand, together we party.
And you guys just live down here?
You mean live it up? It's our own little slice of heaven.
Feel free to stay, but please, don't rock the manatee.
Here's the plan. You charge Johnny Cirrhosis over there, and I'll jump the leader and eviscerate his vitals. The square playing the bongos shouldn't be a problem for either of us. Whoever gets to him first scores the kill. Personally, I'll be going for his throat. He looks like a biter.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You're right. I'll keep my distance and shoot for an artery.
No, I mean, we can't just slaughter these guys. The voodoo lady possessed Dakava and said they were necessary to getting the sponge.
Well, what's your plan?
I'm going to go talk to them.
Talk? Mighty pirates don't talk. We don't have time to talk.
Oh, I talk all the time.
Sweetheart, this is what I do. So just sit back, relax, and let Guybrush Threepwood take care of things. Go relace your corset or shine your pauldron or what have you.
Fine. But don't come running to me when negotiations fail.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me out of here and I'll spare your miserable life.
No.
The plaque reads, Fish Eyes Alabaster, anarcho-socialist pirate philosopher. One day I hope my portrait has such a fancy plaque. Soiled and forgotten in the bowels of a manatee.
I think
Boy
this one's
there.
quite good,
I'm sorry, I don't think I got your name.
though a bit long.
It's Bug-Eye.
Well, I've been doing some thinking, and I'd like to join the Democratically United Brotherhood of the Manatee Interior.
Is that so?
Yep, although I'm applying to the Oligarchical Society of the Alpaca Farm as a safety.
This wouldn't have anything to do with a missing cochlea, would it?
No way. I just like the cut of your jib.
Well, admittance is as simple as a unanimous vote, even for a pirate such as yourself. We're a democracy, after all. Noogie, Moose, Santino, and myself founded our collective after growing tired of slaving away on the crews of tyrannical adventurers, always after some meaningless trinket.
Like, say, a giant sponge?
Precisely! We're never going back to our old lives. The Brotherhood was formed to make sure this adventure is a never-ending one.
Down with the man, and all of that.
Would you like me to call a vote?
Not right now.
Actually, yeah, I
All
think
right,
I need
call a
it to
vote.
get the
I feel
information.
good about my chances.
Very well. Gentlemen, Goldilocks here would like to join the Brotherhood.
Sweet. Voting time. My favorite.
Brother Noogie, concerning the initiation of one Guybrush Threepwood, what say you?
No. No, I don't think so. What's he got to offer?
Brother Moose, what say you?
I gotta vote with my boy Santino on this one.
An obvious no.
An obvious no.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Nah, bro.
And of course, my vote, which is no.
Shocker.
Not a single yay.
This is worse than when I ran for class president.
Only thing that could have made that joke better was if they had done like a Family Guy style cutaway to when he ran for class president. You know what I mean?
Ahoy there.
Now what?
What do I need to do to get your vote?
What do you say about giving a nod to old Guybrush Threepwood come voting time?
Sure.
Come on, what? Wait, really?
You can have my vote as soon as you beat me in a pirate face-off. We don't want any weenies in the Brotherhood.
Can't have any weenies.
Is this gonna hurt?
Just your pride, Johnny Cakes. I give you my best pirate face, and then all you have to do is top it. Originality counts.
I'm a pirate with a face. This should be a cinch.
Alright, here we go.
Ready? I'll go first.
All right, we're ready for some pirate face-off action. It's Bug-Eye, the Viceroy of Visages, versus
Guybrush Threepwood.
Guybrush Threepwood. Let him have it, Bug-Eye. Here comes the Arrgh. Stinky, lazy-eyed meanie.
All right, my turn.
Do your worst, Guybrush. Show this egalitarian bozo who's boss.
Now check this out.
I only have these, sorry.
Here comes the Arrgh. Stinky, lazy-eyed meanie.
That's it?
Yep.
Did you miss me saying originality counts? Or are you such a pathetic pirate that you had to copy my face?
Hey,
to a
I'm
T?
new here, man.
Really, Guybrush?
Every enemy I've met, I've
Added my own
annihilated.
Flavor.
He might as well have been looking in a mirror. This is humiliating. Mighty pirate indeed.
Hey, man, come on, man. Hey,
Bummer,
man.
dude.
It just slipped out of her hand. Watch, she'll realize her mistake and hurry back for it. Wait for it. Wait. So, pirate faces.
Better go cop a few new mugs if you want to upgrade from miserable embarrassment to just simple failure.
An original signed Guybrush Threepwood. Morgan's gonna want this back.
She will.
Ahoy there.
Oh, hi.
You're in charge of the tunes, huh?
I just like to play. It relaxes me.
I can relate. I went through a mouth harp phase. I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
I'm Noogie. What's your pretty girlfriend's name?
Oh, she's not really my girlfriend. Her name's Morgan Le Fay. Why, you think she's hot stuff?
Well, yeah.
She'd chew you up like a pinky finger in a piranha pool.
Some people are into that.
Awesome.
I could really use your vote into the Brotherhood.
Oh, I don't know about that. We got a pretty stable foursome here, and I don't think Bug-Eye likes you much anyway.
Well, let me do you a favor.
Like?
I'll get you a date with the beautiful, dangerous Morgan Le Fay.
Really? You think she'd say yes?
To a stud such as yourself? Of course.
Wow. Okay. If the date goes well, you have my vote.
Deal.
In the meantime, here is a new member's manual. It might be worth looking over if you're serious. It's full of our initiation rituals, neophyte duties, etc.
Hazing rituals?
By law, we're no longer allowed to use the word hazing. We call them enhanced initiation techniques.
Sounds delightful. One date coming up.
This is an extremely 2000s game.
Noogie, my man.
Noogie, my man.
Arr! Yar! Ooh, that's a good one. I'll add that to my pirate face repertoire. Hi there, Guybrush Threepwood.
Hola, I'm Moose, and that's my boy Santino.
Classic Santino.
He has a name?
Yeah, it's more of a moniker, like the Santino. He's the coolest cat I've ever known.
Ah, right on, dude.
Can I interest you in a beverage?
That's quite the straw.
Sometimes you just want a quick rush of Icor. This baby does the trick.
I really shouldn't.
All right, man. But that means you gotta double up next time.
Fair enough. Arr!
Arr!
Nice technique. Hey, Mo.
What is it?
Arr!
Arr!
Ooh, that's a new one. Hey, Mo.
What is it?
It's not really the best time for this, but how about that guy over there? Pretty cute, huh?
4 Eyes? Kinda portly if you ask me.
Come on, you should go on a little manatee date with him.
No way. I feigned enough romance for one day.
Well, what about... Did I say date? No, I meant reconnaissance mission. He's dangerous. My guess? Assassin.
Really?
Yeah, really. Here's the play.
Shoot.
It's a 3-phase operation. First, you should...
Test his grip.
Take his hand. Test his grip, in case it comes to fisticuffs.
Okay.
Second, you must... interrogate him. Ask him about himself. Let's figure out where this lowlife is from.
Okay.
Lastly, check for weapons. Give him a pat down. When things turn to duck soup, we need to know what we're facing.
Okay. Okay, so test his grip, interrogate, and then check for weapons.
You got it. Good luck. I've got your 6.
Thanks.
Hey, Noogie. How was the date?
Terrible.
Oh, what
Terrible?
happened?
She just walked over and took my hand like she owned me.
Hey, some guys are into that.
Come on, warm a guy up first. Get to know a fella.
Wow. I'm sorry things didn't go as well as you'd hoped.
It's not your fault. I just don't think she's for me.
Well, do you think I could have your vote anyway?
I don't think so.
Let me go talk to her. I still see love in the future for you two crazy kids.
Okay.
I'm gonna have her throw a rock at him.
Hey, Mo.
What is it?
I need you to go on another recon mission.
Who this time?
Well, Noogie again. I just don't think our information is solid.
Really? Okay, I'll do my best.
That's the spirit. It's a 3-phase. Throw a rock at his head and see if he snatches it out of the air. That way, we have an assessment of his reflexes.
Okay.
Second, you must inspect his gums for pathogens. In case he is a biter, we need to know what sort of infections we'll be dealing with.
Okay.
Lastly, interrogate him.
Okay. Okay. Reef, inspect, and then interrogate.
You got it.
Thanks.
If it would let me choose rock 3 times, would have done it, for sure.
Hey, Noogie. How was the date?
Terrible.
Oh, what happened?
She threw a rock at my head. It really hurt.
Hey, some guys are into that.
I don't want any rough stuff. She could have killed me.
Were his glasses
I'm sorry it
broken
didn't go
before?
better this time.
Probably.
It's not your fault.
Alright, anyway.
Hey, Mo. I need. It's a.
Okay, so interrogate him,
Oh, second.
then test his grip,
Last.
check for weapons.
Check.
Test and check for.
You got it. Hey, Noogie. How was the date?
At first I was really nervous,
Yeah?
but it turned out great. She was so into me. First, she wanted to know all about me. She was interested right off the bat.
Nice.
Then she made the first move and took my hand. I knew I was doing well. Second base.
That's not second
Mr.
base.
Big Stuff over here.
And then before I knew it, she's got her hands all over me. It was awesome. The perfect date.
Glad to hear it went well. So I've got your vote.
Certainly. Oh man, I'm putting all of this in my journal. I even found a strand of her hair on my vest. That's going in too, as a keepsake.
Getting creepy.
Sorry.
What's second base? Eye contact.
I can't feel my legs.
It's locked. There. All unlocked. My hook is pretty handy. But sometimes I miss the old opposable digits.
Sacrebleu. The molecules are synthesizing.
The formula is actualizing! Science! I have science here!
La mort est tuée.
The death is something?
Woe upon thee, foolish mortal! You have unleashed certain doom upon all your feeble fleshy kind, for the wrath of Murray shall be very funny.
See ya.
Hi, Murray.
Threepwood! I suppose I should have expected this.
Long time no see. How'd you get trapped in here?
I'm not trapped.
Okay, what were you doing before you chose to hang out in a treasure chest inside of a manatee?
Well, my legions of undead marines had brought an armada of Spanish clippers to their knees when a mighty tempest tossed our ship.
I don't remember hearing about any battle with the Spanish Armada.
Ha! As if we would allow a soul to live to tell the tale.
Would you like some help?
Help? Ha! Help? I will end you.
Okay then. Well, it was nice talking to you, Murray.
Maybe a little.
Come
Yeah,
again?
I mean, more literally, it's
Perhaps
probably the death
I'll
is dead, but...
Oh, you'd like help. Let's go, pal.
Ah! It's dark in here. And why does it smell like rotten marmalade? Touch me there again, I'll kill you.
That's interesting, because I'm actually perfectly fluent in French. I quite like Tales Among
Could you do
Gallons.
me a favor?
Shoot.
I'm parched. I would love a drink, but none of that yellow muck. Dangerous stuff that is. Makes my eyes go wilder than a frothing Pomeranian.
Okay, one drink coming up.
I would say its only real problem is that it's the length of like 2.5 games.
Hey you, rabble-rouser.
Yes?
Are you enjoying your time with the Democratically United Brotherhood of the Manatee Interior?
How could I not? Can't wait to be voted in.
We'll see about that. In the meantime, I don't want any trouble. We got it nice and easy down here.
Okie dokie.
Just some friendly advice. Don't be poking around up top, and stay away from Dakava. The last thing this manatee needs is his sense of direction restored. We don't need to be getting to any sacred mating grounds.
Seriously. I've never seen manatees mate before, but I'm pretty sure I don't want to be inside one when I do.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
I mean, so arguably that's not a problem, right? Arguably...
It's lonely in here.
Whoa, what are you doing, bro?
Arguably there's nothing wrong
Lopping off his head.
with the
No
game
big deal.
being long, but it does
You're wild,
feel like it
dude.
drags on a
But
bit. But
easy with the
you also have to
sword.
remember that the game is
Santino's
released
the only person who
episodically.
knows any first
So
aid.
you would play one episode for like a week, and then you wouldn't play another episode for like a month.
Ah. Well, it's not a clip-on. Hi.
What's up?
Think I could count on your vote?
Man, that's a tough one. I try not to get too wrapped up in the politics of the group. That's the beauty of democracy, man. Let other people make the big decisions, and you can just ride the wave.
I think the
I just vote
manatee
for whoever
chapter is the
Santino
most
goes in for.
is the chapter most people remember about this game.
What can you tell me about the missing cochlea?
Nothing. That's a secret for brothers only.
See ya.
Later on. Whoa, what are you doing, bro?
It's not a remake, no.
I was gonna give Santino a quick shave.
I don't think so. He's pretty particular about his hair. The ladies can't get enough of it.
Right.
Whoa, what are you doing, bro?
I saw a spider on Santino here.
Don't harm a creature of the manatee, bro. Santino doesn't mind. He
I'd
loves
love to,
bugs.
Andy. I know how particular you can be. The ladies love your hair.
Hi.
What's up?
See ya.
Later on.
Am I supposed to wait until he's drinking? Have I not ever noticed, or did I not remember that there's like a timing aspect here?
Whoa!
I'm lopping off his head. No big deal.
You're wild, dude. But easy with the sword play. Santino's the only person who knows any first aid. Whoa, brother. Watch the brew. Party foul.
Sorry. Do you really like this stuff?
Do walrus whiskers tickle when they kiss you?
Yes.
Boy, do they.
What's going on out there?
Shut up.
It's getting dark again.
Yeah, bruh. Glad to see you're indulging.
One mug of safe-to-drink orange ichor. Ugh.
I played a little bit of the first Deponia game. It's a series with some issues.
I wonder if this will wash off some of the grime. Not strong enough to cut through the dirt.
Even if you cut out the fact that it's a game with some real
Noogie, my man.
problems. I also found it very dull when I played the first one.
I like the beat. How about something a little more up-tempo?
Like this?
I dig it. Noogie, my man. I like. I dig it. Hmm. 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 Noogie, my man. I like the beat.
Like.
I dig it.
You can link whatever you'd like to.
The level's too low to take a sample. A monkey face. I like it.
If you pre-ordered the DLC for Gollum, you got 6 unique, what was it? Six unique emotes and sayings?
Moist, but expedient.
Six iconic sayings and poses. I've only seen a few like
Noogie, my
clips of
man.
the game here and there. It sounded intriguing to me, but
Like the
after
beat.
all the reviews
How about
I've
something a little more
seen,
up-tempo?
Like this?
pretty sure I'll miss it
dig it.
entirely.
One cup of horribly corrosive, ultra-toxic manatee bile. Delish. Manatee bile, the ocean's natural solvent. Whoa, check out those peepers. They should do nicely.
Good peepers.
Noogie, my man. I like the beat.
Like.
I dig it.
Yeah, I think we've talked about that before, about how games that commit to like a specific style just don't really age. And I think that's largely true of pixel art games too. Wind Waker, and by extension also Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom will probably experience the same, because they all went for cel-shaded style. Let me grab those for you. Wally!
Where has my monocular run off to? Slippery devil.
You keep some. It's getting.
Your mug, sir.
I thought I told you, no yellow.
Those other flavors are for wimps.
Are you trying to kill me? I told you I lose complete ocular control.
So how do I
You keep some
convince-
strange
Oh.
things in your pockets.
He can't. Oh, he can't tell it's. He can't tell it's yellow if I make his eyeball red.
These lenses are about the same size. Dakava's monocular now has a red lens. He'll see the manatee through rose-tinted glasses, or uncover loads of secret messages.
It's.
Your monocular, boss.
Thank heavens! I was going mad without them. No harm done to them?
The lens was cracked when I found it, so I replaced it.
How resourceful of you, crewman! Taking after old Coronado, I see. Ah, a mug full of the biley bubbly. And thank you for avoiding the corrosive yellow ichor.
Check out those eyes.
Nice peepers.
Oh, even the orange has gone foul. Never again. It's Eustachian runoff or seawater for me from here on.
Everything okay in there?
Most certainly, sir. I'm just relaxing with a glass of warm milk.
Okay.
It's getting dark again.
Not sure how many looks I have right now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I've only gotten another 6.
Ahoy there.
Now what?
Let's go another round.
Haven't had enough yet, dollface? Ready? I'll go first.
It's the stinky, lazy-eyed meanie.
All right, my turn.
Nasty, tweaking, monkey.
It's the nasty, tweaking monkey. Gnarly. Cheap Whistle has made it through the first round.
Nice. But can you top this?
I'm Cheap Whistle.
He's
Wait.
got the hooded, cross-eyed geezer.
Here comes trouble.
He's got the bugged out, fish-eyed Gomer.
I've given you all the faces that I know.
Unbelievable. Threepwood has beaten the High Prince of the Puss.
Bravo.
Now who's the ombudsman of unoriginality?
Unoriginal? Me? If you say so, Short Stack.
I beat you. Now I demand your vote.
Is that so? Oh, I almost forgot.
Forgot what?
I've had this old thing laying around.
Oh no.
Blowholes to Betsy. Could it be?
Holy buckets!
It's the Bug Eye! Rarely seen, bros and bras. If the challenger can't top that, this competition is over.
Are you suggesting that I pull out both of my eyes?
Whoa, extreme.
He clearly broke the rules.
Which rule is that?
Well, there ought to be a rule concerning the use of the freaky eye. I put up a fight. Can't you just give me your vote?
I stated my terms.
Oh.
Ooh, fine leather jacket.
How about your vote for a fine leather jacket?
Oh, you know, I've been in the market, but no.
I had no chance the entire time, huh?
Took you long enough to figure out.
Your vote, or you're a dead man?
Resorting to petty threats? Good luck.
Oh, I don't have time for this. I'm sick of your runaround. I'm sick of your silly faces, and I'm sick of...
Whoa. Maybe you're just sick, brah.
You yelly-bellied deserter! I've crushed the souls of men 10 times as tough as you, and forgotten them by lunch. You'll do as I say, or rue the name Threepwood for the rest of your very short life!
Whoa.
It's the ferocious, green demon face? Threepwood wins with the nastiest mug this side of the hypothalamus.
Well,
huh?
Fine, he wins. My vote is yours, but I've got my eye on you.
the one you had in your mouth?
Nice. Well, that's not gonna work.
If only I could leverage your power of mobility for true evil!
Are those manatee flesh bongos?
Yeah, they produce a great sound. I think it's 'cause they're full of bile.
Maybe it doesn't work that way with people. Noogie, my man.
We all
Like
love
the beat.
Murray.
How about something a little more up-tempo?
Like this?
I dig it.
Who are we gonna freak out next?
Much better. Well, better anyway. Huh, look at that. Somebody should really return this to their local library. Modern torture made easy. Yeah, I really hate to break a sweat while breaking the wills of my enemies. With a little elbow grease, I can swap the covers on these two books.
Okay. I'll be in business if I can just figure out how to swap Santino's head for Murray. I just can't remember how to do that. Do I need to talk to
In your
Santino?
oven?
Arr!
Scared you stiff, huh? What's with the no votes? I wasn't the one who killed you. Was I? Guybrush Threepwood is the mightiest pirate in all the Caribbean, and LeChuck is a pansy. Say nothing if you agree. All right.
Good for me.
Strong, silent type, huh? Get you later. Don't work too hard. Mug of bile?
Whoa, pal. What did I tell you about this stuff in the pools? Even I can't handle that brine.
Right.
You've got some big pockets.
This is now the most useless torture manual ever. That skull is sturdily attached.
If only I could leverage your power of mobility for...
Whoa, what are you doing, bro?
Hi.
Sup?
Think I could count on your vote?
I just vote for whoever Santino goes in for.
I've been thinking I'd like to join your group.
You'd have to talk to Bug-Eye about that. He's our unofficial head honcho, hombre.
What's with the funnel?
That's Jumbo Jimbo, my custom drinking apparatus. I break it out for special occasions.
Like lunchtime?
It's important to celebrate life, brah.
I propose a toast. It's a special occasion.
Righteous. What's the occasion?
It is.
Take your daughter to work day.
Woohoo!
If only I could leverage your power...
He was a little busy.
Hey, Moose. Did you know it's Hug and Otter Day?
No way! That deserves a drink!
I'm accepting hugs. I'm accepting hugs.
Threepwood, you have made the greatest mistake of your life. In my new corporeal form, I will scorch these lands to the ground, only to rebuild them in my nefarious almighty image.
So, you like your new setup?
I do. Santino, bro, you want to spot me on this one?
Men pledge their allegiance to me. Our brotherhood is a bond forged in the flames of hell.
Gnarly.
Perhaps I will revel in this union of brothers for a moment.
Before burning the world?
Terror will come to this manatee, rest assured.
Murray, I mean Santino, do you want to have a look at this new member's manual to the Brotherhood? You might find it pretty interesting.
Reading is for the feeble.
Oh, I just thought these initiation rituals might strike your fancy.
That's true.
The first step in drawing and quartering your victim is...
Wait, what was that?
Just going over some of what I can look forward to when I'm voted into the Brotherhood.
Let me see that. Why, that's positively malevolent. Look at all the blood.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it.
Wait a minute. Let me see the cover.
Ha! It's the genuine article.
Too bad I can't have your vote.
Aha! You should be careful what you ask for. Consider my vote yours, and your demise imminent.
That's a classic Santino move right there, if you ask me.
Ahoy there!
Now what?
Alright, call a vote. I feel good about my chances.
Very well. Gentlemen, Goldilocks here would like to join the Brotherhood.
Sweet. Voting time. My favorite.
Brother Noogie, concerning the initiation of one Guybrush Threepwood, what say you?
Yes. I vote yes. I think he'll help raise morale.
Doubtful. Brother Moose, what say you?
I gotta go with my boy Santino on this one.
Yes! Roll out the red carpet and let it run with the blood of Threepwood's torment. Ready to rack. Oil up the thumb screws.
Man, you're something else, Santino. I say, yeah, my boy's got an eye for character.
Fine. I vote no.
Hey, you said if I beat you in a pirate face-off, I'd be in like Flynn.
Yeah, man, I think you gotta keep your end of the bargain on this one.
Oh, all right. But only to maintain the integrity of the Brotherhood.
Perfect.
Bureaucratic ethics win again.
You have a unanimous vote and a formal invitation to join the democratically united Brotherhood of the Manatee Interior.
I accept. Do I get a sash? Or a button?
No.
Welcome, brother.
Welcome.
No button?
Burn in flame.
You guys should really have buttons. I think they'd be a hit.
I think people
What
would
you
really
do
enjoy the
receive
buttons.
is the honor of one of the Brotherhood's greatest responsibilities.
As the most junior member, you'll be the caretaker of the Cochlea. It's the key to our permanent vacay.
You're just giving it to me?
Guard it with your life, brother.
Will do. What's the point in having a brotherhood if you don't get pins? Badges? Maybe a funny looking hat?
Uh-huh.
We'll be out of here in 2 shakes of a pirate's booty.
Sir, if I may have a word.
How you doing, Winslow? Can I get you anything? Mogobile?
I'm well, thank you. I wanted to inform you, as I was crawling back under the covers, I came across something unsettling.
Not another outbreak of Polynesian bed mites.
No. And I've seen my fair share of
This reminds me to ask.
What was it, Winslow?
I believe a threat.
I have on several occasions tried to find an affordable way to have produced a button like the round, or like the long oval Ask Me About Loom button that says Ask Me About La Milana, and I cannot find a way to have them produced. And if anyone has a lead on that, hit me up, because I want to have an Ask Me About La Milana pin made.
Sir, I left it over on the gangplank. It came with a note. Something about this being what happens to those who try to interfere with the Brotherhood.
Seabiscuit! I love these things. And a seahorse head!
Yeah, the problem is most places I can find... Aww. Wobbly, that's a great hug. Thank you. The problem is most places I can find that I could have them produced, I would need to have them produced in a huge lot. I just want one. It depends. For some, it has to be at least 50, 100, 1,000 sometimes.
Here
It
you
just
go, pal.
depends.
Whoa. I think we're back on course. I think I fixed your manatee problem.
How about that? I felt the beast rumble and checked my compass. It says that we're right on course.
Ancient manatee mating grounds? Here we come.
How did you fix his sense of direction?
Funny you should ask. I ran into your old crew.
My
and-
crew?
Yeah, and they had the cochlea the entire...
Alright, I'm clicking on this. Hold on. I'm going down the rabbit hole. Do they have oval shape products? They have oval stickers. Oh, for just one, you can get it for $5. I mean, I'm sure the shipping would cost a bunch, but whatever. What's the size on these? 1.75 by 2.75? That seems very small. That's very small, right? Anyway. Let's finish this chapter before I completely go
Yeah, I
down
did
the rabbit
kinda
hole.
sell you guys out.
We trusted you!
Unbelievable, man.
Look, guys, I can explain.
There's no need.
Ah, Bug-Eye, the unlikely voice of reason.
Breaking the trust of the Brotherhood has only one consequence.
Double secret probation? A double fine? Dude. I'm gonna need everyone in chat right now to let me know if you get that joke. Just one by one, feel free to, like, say yes or no, whether or not you understand that joke. What do you think's going on with Bug-Eye's model here? Y'all seeing that?
A double fine?
What?
You know, like some doubloons, but double the regular amount.
But how do we determine the standard fine?
I'm not sure. I suppose that's up to your discretion.
Wouldn't it be less confusing to just settle on a larger upfront?
That's enough! The only punishment is death. Kill him.
Heyo!
Hey, you're gonna have to wait for chapter 5 for that.
Morgan, Dahl, it's killing time!
Excuse me?
A trio of bloodthirsty mutineers are gonna pop out of that hole in 3, 2...
What did I say earlier about running to me for help?
1...
I'm gonna watch Moose crush.
The mutineers were calling you a pansy earlier.
No, we weren't. He said you were a wilting flower.
That sounds like Guybrush
Lovely.
Threepwood.
Make him suffer.
I could use a hand.
Ha! He wants help from a girl.
Are you still whining over that little scratch I gave you back on the narwhal?
Get him!
It's go time, Morgan.
I can't just be told when to fight. I'm not some junkyard dog.
Yeah, man. Treat a woman with respect, would you?
Faster, minions! Kill! Kill!
Look, I'm sorry about before.
Sorry about what?
About assuming you were incapable of handling the situation. You are capable. Now, please show these mutineers your capabilities.
And
you're a mighty bounty hunter.
that's sweet. But aren't you forgetting something?
Kill the betrayer!
Of course. You need my lucky ankle warmers. Can't run a man through with cold ankles. That's what my pa always said.
That's
no,
what my pa always says.
ankles are fine. What I need is
a snack. You should never enter a battle outnumbered on an empty stomach.
So
no.
I was going...
What? Oh! Weapon privileges restored.
Thank you.
She does a murder here, by the way.
Mutineers of the crew of Coronado de Cava. I would like to establish, for the record, that the four of you were just manhandled by a woman. So in essence, you've been woman-handled. Which I imagine was not near as pleasant as it sounds.
Go dangle your yardum, you traitor!
Nice work, Morgan.
Thanks, Captain.
Is that really pronounced
thanks,
yardum?
Bunch.
Now,
Is that
Coronado,
correct?
How do we get out of here?
I'm 14 steps ahead of you, mijo. Here, this should do the trick. That's a unique formula of Panamanian prune juice, East Indian espresso beans, and booty breakfast
I've only ever
bran
seen it
flakes.
written. I assumed it was just pronounced yardarm.
Creature's digestive system
Sea
should be
people
a
are very
ticket
strange.
upside.
Do you know how many letters are in
drops the biggest
bosun?
vial
It's a
you
lot
can
more
find.
letters than you think. Unbelievable.
Done and done.
Quick, everyone on board! Hold on to your pantalones!
Wait, is that a Navy thing, Jax? Because my dad used to always say that, and I just assumed that that was my dad being a weird guy. Just a weird little guy, you know what I mean? I hadn't considered that binder news, but I'd like something that's going to be a little more resilient than that.
Yuck!
That could have been worse.
Really?
Just a quick trip up the blowhole.
Manatees
Well, I
don't
mean,
have blowholes.
isn't it supposed to be pronounced like lieutenant?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know the relationship
about
between those
down there.
words.
I was a bit of a monkey's ass.
No. Well, yes, but I was going to say that your style's not so bad.
Nothing if not stylish.
Anyway, I work alone. You and I made a decent team.
Hey, lovebirds, quit flapping your gums and get up here! My treasure sits mere fathoms away! And my ship! The Howler Monkey! I thought I'd never see you again! I've dropped anchor down to the mating grounds and the cavern of La Esponja Grande. Now, if only my lawyer crew was worth a piece of eight. A star crew member even had the temerity to expire.
What's the problem?
Santino was not only a world-class swordsman, bullfighter, and pastry chef. He was also, most importantly, an unrivaled skin diver. There is no other man who can survive the swim down to the mating grounds.
Guybrush can hold his breath for 10 minutes.
Is that so?
It's true. Mm-hmm.
Yep, and I have freakish toe strength.
Well then, what are you waiting for, bucko? The sponge, and make it a snappy!
I have no idea what the deal is with Kansas versus Arkansas. That is... I do not know. I do at least have an inkling of an idea of how Colonel became Colonel.
Well, that stuff in my pockets really weighs me down.
I'm not aware of this one being actually timed. I'm not going to test it, but someone can correct me if it is.
Let's see here. 6,000 doubloons, the Jewel Crown of Queen Archipelago. Oh, and a golden wrenchy thing. Score! Leviathan country. All ocean life is dangerous. Do not approach or feed.
We can't stop here. This is Leviathan country. Can't believe it turns out that my dad wasn't just a weird little guy.
Decapa means business. I better not go back up empty-handed. Decapa means business.
I'm suddenly discovering something about... like, I would have never in a million years thought that there was even a chance that that word was, like, a word people used. I'm sorry, it's blowing my mind right now.
I should just go get the sponge. Finally, the home of La Esponja Grande. Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a rift. It was just... it was just...
Ferocious Leviathan.
My dad grew up
neglected to
in a
mention
really
the
southern
Guardian of
family
Icebound.
in Savannah,
What was
Georgia,
it?
and I just
A
kind of
giant
like always
squid?
assumed the weird
They've
shit
been
he
known to hunt
says
and
is
swallow entire
from that.
Corsairs.
No.
Megalodon? Devil whale?
Worse.
What then?
Female. Giant. Manatee.
The monster must be tamed,
Female.
cheap whistle.
With what? A roll-up newspaper?
Taming a female is no easy task. Their fickle minds are the greatest of all riddles.
Thanks, Don.
Complex, confounding, beautiful.
Are we still talking about manatees?
I equipped my crew to be able to communicate with the creatures. Alas, Santino was the only one who had learned to understand their song.
Sort of put all your eggs in one basket, huh?
Oh, what an explorer he would have made.
Really put all your eggs in one basket, my guy.
Santino wasn't raised by giant manatees, was he? How could he understand them?
Learned it on Flotsam Island, I believe, from a scientist.
The Marquis? Huh.
Even if we could get the winds to work in our favor, I'm not leaving this anchorage. I've come too far to risk losing the location of my super absorbent prize.
Sure, Santino could understand manatee, but how did he make those strange noises to communicate with them?
With the tongue of the manatee, of course.
What's the deal with you and manatee parts?
It's a device that I plan to market to tourists such as yourself after this adventure was complete. It allows you to produce their sounds.
Huh. So I don't have to put my mouth on anything gross?
I asked one of my crewmen to watch after it long ago.
Let me guess. Santino.
Certainly not. His skills were not to be wasted on such a simple mission. It would have been one of the others, though I'll be slivered if I can remember which one.
So one of the mutineers should know where the tongue of the manatee is?
I imagine so.
Okay, got it.
Learn to communicate with the manatee, and La Esponja Grande will finally be within our grasp.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that fish flop. Come here, you. I need information.
You'll never make me talk. I draw my strength from the Brotherhood.
Alright, that's enough. I need information.
I'll never break.
Thought you were the scaredy cat of the group.
I'm deceptively principled, unlike you, Benedict Arnold.
Comfy?
You're a betrayer. But do
cozy.
you think Morgan is still into me?
Oh, yeah, definitely. See how you still have all your limbs? That means she cares.
Good.
Alright, that's enough.
Cozy.
You, Murray.
His name is Santino.
My name is Santino.
Santino. Tell Moose to give up his info.
Never! I revel in your frustration with my tight-lipped comrade.
I'm throwing you overboard.
Yeah? Try it, Bumblefingers.
Zoinks! Talk to you later.
Be gone, oppressor.
Hey, Morgan. I know you're a cutthroat pirate hunter, but do you have any female insight into this manatee
If
problem?
Guybrush says female one more time,
Same. This thing is colossal. Teeth the
he's
size
canceled.
of a ship's mast.
He's canceled.
And killing any male manatee that gets within a flipper's length.
You know, she might seem cold and brutal, but she's probably just, I don't know, lonely. You know?
Shouldn't she just stop murdering anything that gets near her cave then?
What did you do when she showed her teeth?
Hello? I ran away.
Right. You know what I think?
What's that?
She needs another manatee to stand its ground and not be so afraid of her. She kills them because that's all she knows how to do. And if someone could overcome that fear of death and stand in front of her long enough to teach her something different, I think she might just let them.
And then we could get the sponge?
Yes, and then we could get the sponge.
And then we can cure Elaine.
Y'all gonna kiss?
Perfect. Talk a male manatee into standing its ground. Thanks, Mo. You're the best.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Custom enamel pins. I'll look into these later, thank you.
Hey, Mo. Can I borrow your sword for a minute?
Just for a minute.
Thanks.
Thanks, I've got to use it for something pretty unimportant.
I'm sorry it had to come to this. The tongue of the manatee location or someone here will never need a milliner again.
A milliner?
Hat maker. A hatter. I'm cutting off somebody's head.
You don't have the stones.
Don't I?
You don't scare me with your sharp, shiny stick, puny mortal. I am Santino, the incontrovertible demonic skull, and I shall... Threepwood!
Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, man!
What? What happened? We can't see!
He did it! He's crazier than a sack of eels, man! What did he do? Santino's dead! Ah! Don't hurt anyone else. I'll talk.
Go.
I didn't have it. That's all I can remember.
Forgive me for not trusting your bile-encrusted memory.
I didn't have it, bro.
He's telling the truth. Or at least he thinks he is.
All right. Who's next?
I think this is the manatee we rode in on. It looks okay, considering. Excuse me, manatee? What do you say to entering that cave? The one with all the carcasses of your brethren around it?
Unfortunate.
Was that a yes? Alright, I'll learn to understand you and speak your language, and then we'll try this again. Hey there, man.
Oh, okay. No, I know what I need to do.
Alright.
Can hold his breath for 10 minutes.
Hungry fella?
I'd never punch a manatee. Well, maybe in self-defense. Just a dab will do ya. Whoops.
That was, Actually, I don't want to talk about it.
That makes sense.
Dakava's locket. Voodoo trinket or foil-wrapped candy with a nougat center.
Look all you want, but don't take it.
Now the arrow points the opposite way. This should be interesting. Or fraught with peril.
Seamless transition.
Whoa! This voodoo throne is plush, comfortable, ergonomic. No wonder she never stands up when I arrive. Now, upsy daisy. She can't get up, but I need to talk to the Marquis de Singe. It has the picture of a fractured scientist on it. It shows a woman conjuring a curse. It's a picture of an incredibly handsome adventurer on his way somewhere. Hex me now. I wonder what this does. Come on in. Enter my mystical lair of voodoo.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. I have traveled here to... Pardonnez-moi, I can't quite remember.
Taking a break from playing around with my... with the Hand of Threepwood,
Quoi? How do you know of this? Are you feeling alright? You seem, how you say, bizarre.
I feel great. Lithe. Never better.
That is nice. I will be going now.
Wait. While you're here, I want to ask you something. I understand that you speak the language of giant manatees, and I'm not referring to your silly accent.
How do you know of this? Yes, I have a book that can teach one the language of these majestic creatures.
Excellent. Run back to your freaky laboratory and fetch it for me.
I feel no need to give it to you. You will just tarnish it with your mumbo-jumbo voodoo nonsense. You have no respect for the sciences.
Seances.
Marquis, bring me the book of the manatee language or I'll give you an education on voodoo from the business end of a curse.
You make me laugh. This is the sound of my laughter. There will be no curse, because I am not believing in it. With that, I must go.
That's fair. He doesn't believe in the curse. Guybrush curse the Marquis.
Oh, that is the worst wedgie I have ever known. Heavens to hippos, I can practically taste my underpants. No, it is impossible. She could not have done this to me. Perhaps I will bring her this silly textbook, just in case.
Whoever could it be? It's open!
I have brought you the language textbook you have requested. My motivations for this act are meaningless. Take it.
Oh, for me? Thanks, Mark. Put it there on the table.
Thanks, Mark.
Now scram.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Learn the enchanting language of the giant sea cow in 12 easy steps. Wow. Who knew manatees had such an impressive vocabulary? Whoa. That was like massive, instantaneous liposuction. Not that I've ever done that sort of thing. I need information.
You'll never make me talk. I draw my strength from the Brotherhood.
Alright, that's enough. I need information.
You'll...
Tell me where I can find the tongue of the manatee, or it's time for Tibetan tickle torture.
I didn't have it. I can't remember who had it, but it wasn't me.
He's telling the truth.
What? I didn't even have to do anything.
Sometimes they break easy, like delicate Fabergé eggs. Look at him. He's a wreck.
Just don't hurt me.
Fine. I need information.
I'll never break.
Tongue of the manatee. Who had it?
Never find it, betrayer.
Alright, that's enough. Hey, Mo. Those mutineers have information.
I've got ways of making them talk.
I bet you do. But you know what? I think I've got this.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do you know anything about the language of manatees?
No. I speak a little monkey, though.
About this female manatee?
Yeah?
Get a male manatee to stand its ground.
Or...
Thanks.
I remember I'm supposed to make some face at Noogie.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Uncool, bro. Uncool.
Tell me more.
I told you all I know, brah. I can't believe you killed him.
Anyway, talk to you later.
Hi, Mr. Manatee. What are you going through? I better figure out how to speak like a manatee so I can help this guy out and get to the sponge.
A salmon playing the bongos. I've seen stranger things. Nothing more in there. Guess it only had room for one demonic skull. The crown of Queen Archipelago. Upon further examination, the jewels are plastic.
Okay, I'm missing something, but I don't remember where it is. I know what I'm looking for just from a memory of playing this game, but I don't remember how to get it.
It's worse when you know what's coming next.
Noogie had a teacher that had really frightened him as a kid, and I'm supposed to make a face that looks just like her. Wait, is it... I gotta go back down. Is it something inside that?
I wonder if those were appetizers or dessert. Ooh.
There's a conversation somewhere I'm missing.
If there's one thing democracy has taught me, sometimes you just need to make an example out of someone to get results.
Frigid, brah. Frigid.
My mother always told me to use my words, or at least not to resort to out-and-out murder. I need information.
I'll never break.
Arr!
You can't intimidate me.
Tongue of the Manatee. Who had it?
No.
What am I not remembering? Oh, you know what? I bet Coronado has something. I haven't talked to him.
Swabby?
So, what you doing?
Working.
On?
Plan B.
Oh, good thinking. I can't wait to get La Esponja Grande.
What? Why do you care about La Esponja?
I, just want to get good marks come crewman review time.
Ah, very well then.
What was that about the manatee Tungus Maximus?
It's a device that allows you to sing their song. Like I said, I can't remember which crew member I asked to protect it.
All right, that's enough.
Suit yourself.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood. Mighty Pirate. Even I'm getting tired of hearing that. It's me, Guybrush Threepwood. Even I'm getting tired. The Voodoo Lady. A little younger, a little thin. Well, a little younger.
What am I doing in this spindly husk? It can't be Threepwood. Perhaps I've leapt into the decrepit shell of a sailor suffering starvation, or the torpid corpse of a malnourished deckhand.
We're right on top of La Esponja Grande. Decava would never let us set sail.
What is it, Swabby?
Morgan thinks the Leviathan just needs a male to stand its ground.
Well then, Cyrano, learn to understand their language and find the tongue of the manatee.
Then all I need to do is find her a suitor. All right.
Such...
We're right on top of And Winslow, how you feeling?
On the mend, sir.
Just wanted to let you know that we're out of the manatees, so whenever you feel like joining us on deck.
Try to tell me what to do again, and you'll be clear-hauled halfway to Sunday.
Sorry. That's the mast of my ship, the Screaming Narwhal.
Ugh!
Hey, Mo. Thanks.
Alright, I'm just drawing a blank here.
If there's one bridge.
I feel like I've talked to everyone.
Anyway. What else do you know?
Nothing. Please let me go. I want to go home.
See what you get for being a stick in the mud?
We'll see.
See what...
We'll see.
Talk to you later. I need information.
I'll nip. You can't intimidate me.
Arr!
You...
Arr!
You...
Arr!
You...
Tongue of the...
Never find it, betrayer.
Elaine was pretty adamant that I take care of this. I promised myself that if I ever got a hook hand, I wouldn't use it to torture the men I had tied to my mast.
Alright, well I'm at a loss. I don't remember what the thing I'm supposed to do is here. How do I get the... Does anyone remember offhand how I get the, image? I thought that there was something that I needed to talk to from Dakava, but I didn't see anything I could click on. Maybe I just missed something? Oh my god, it's the file trunk. It's the fucking file trunk. It just looked like a table to me.
May I have a look at your files?
As a trusted member of my crew, there's nothing I wouldn't share with you.
Really?
Go right ahead.
I'm such a fucking idiot. Cross-eyed, something...
I need information.
It just looked like a table.
I am Guybrush Threepwood. Boy, am I getting tired of saying this. Mighty pirate, yada yada yada.
Stop! Ah! Please, no, Sister Agnes. Noogie's sorry.
Margaret,
You
thanks
have
so
the
much
tongue
for
of
the
the manatee,
resub.
or you get the face again.
It was Moose. Moose had it. Oh, please, no more.
Is this true?
Said I can't remember, brah.
It's Jimbo. His Icor funnel. That's the tongue of the manatee.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. I left it back in the big guy's stomach. How could I forget?
No wonder.
I better figure out how to speak like a manatee so I can help this guy out and get to the sponge. I better figure out how to speak.
It has been a long day. Thank you.
All of that ingestion and digestion has tossed the tongue of the manatee into the bile pool. Got it! The Tongue of the Manatee, Travel Edition.
Wrong one.
There's nothing interesting up there now, just a whole lot of tongue.
Right, gotta go the other way now. I forgot.
It's the Travel Edition. I'm gonna have to make do with the phrases that come preloaded. Here goes nothing. Best start with courtesy.
This is satisfactory. This minigame right here has some undertones of like insult sword fighting, because you have to match up weird phrases with what she said. So she said, "Dye the ocean red with blood." Not gonna let some lummox buy my love with clever words. Accept traveler's checks. Why should I give you the time of day? customs? Time of day. Why should I give you the time of day? Like a room for 3 nights? Yeah, that's true. Let's say I let you keep your pathetic life and I take a swim with you. Where will we go? Damn. You're not nervous, are you? A little bit. What? She asked me if I was nervous and I said no. What will you say when I rip your head off from my collection? Oh, I've lost my watch was the time of day. Damn. I can't stand you insecure males. I don't want anyone with a lot of baggage. Is that room service? Don't want anyone with a lot of baggage. Wasn't it? All of you male manatees are imbeciles. Why do I even bother? Males are imbeciles. Why do I even bother? Well, we gave it our best. I was having a hard time finding the right one for that one. Alright, we're gonna try it again, little buddy. This is satisfactory. This mating ground is dead as my victims. You males are a bunch of cold fish. Watch where you swim. Nobody knows the way to my heart. Do you have a map? You know what I'll say after I devour your bloody heart? The meal was excellent. Damn, they boyfriend and girlfriend now. She's so much bigger than him. She could destroy him. Why does the large one not just eat the smaller one? We found it. We found La Sponja Grande. The large sponge.
There it is. The legendary Esponja Grande. I've crossed seas, survived an island siege, thwarted countless enemies, 7 give or take, traveled the entrails of a manatee, and courted marine life, all for this one moment. Huh. I thought it would be bigger. It works! I feel better already. Time to take La Esponja Pequeño to Elaine.
Hey, don't call it that.
Oh, I got it! We finally got it! We really hoodwinked old Coronado, eh? Now, I've just got to get back to her and...
I knew it!
Huh? No, Dakava, it's not like that.
You are a backstabbing sponge and woman stealer! This is the end of the line!
Really? Hear me out. Look, I thought you swore you'd never serve another tyrant.
In light of recent events, I've had a philosophical breakthrough.
But what about Moose and Noogie? Where's...
Gentlemen, this is why you always have a plan B.
You got them Popeye arms. Did you see that? You got them Popeye arms.
So what's plan B?
Very funny. Ow! Ooh, this must be petrified wood. For being homemade by a lunatic, these cages are surprisingly sturdy. If I could just reach that rope. I can't reach it. Morgan! Can you reach the rope holding my cage?
It's too far away!
Can you reach the rope holding your cage?
It's too far away!
Can you reach the rope holding your cage?
No, I can't.
Can you reach the rope holding my cage?
It's too far away!
How do we get out of here?
No idea. This is your kind of thing, isn't it?
I'll figure something out.
Better do it fast. Dakava's getting away.
Your sword!
Thanks. It felt like I was missing a part of me. No offense.
Morgan! Can you reach the rope holding my cage?
No, but I bet the Blade of Dragoda can.
Wouldn't hers immediately fall too?
Come back with my sponge!
You'll never have the sponge, or my lady's love! Moose, bring me my prize!
Sure thing, boss. I think Santino picked it up.
What?
Oh, right.
Hey, they forgot the sponge.
Hack the misons and bring her about! Yes, sir. Then empty the cannons on him, me hearties!
Hey, Morgan, they forgot the sponge!
They're coming back! Do something, Guybrush!
First things first. There's no mask like a rubber tree mask.
Quickly, bring up another cannon from the hold!
I spent some good times in that cage.
No! First you must throw me La Esponja, then you may sail!
Let's see.
It is for me to shoot the cannon, and for you to surrender the sponge! Another cannon, rapidamente!
That means rapidly.
Sorry, little buddy.
He's resorted to hurling detritus, sir.
Hope you're still hungry, fella.
Icor! I still haven't played the Sam & Max games, no. None of them.
Now that I think about it, keeping that seahorse head in my pants the entire time I was underwater probably wasn't the safest course of action.
Well played, Threepwood.
And I didn't even have to run anyone through.
Yeah, you let a manatee do your dirty work for you. Hey, look at that.
Are they holding hands?
Flippers, but yeah.
Huh. Where do you think they're headed?
I don't know. Wherever nature tells them to, I imagine.
That's nice.
Chapter
Yes,
3 is so fucking
is.
long. It is so unbelievably long. How is Chapter 3 so long?
Dan Connors? You have a worse haircut than I do. Eric Parsons, all dressed up and no place to go. Grossman, that guy again? Animation? I need no animation. I live! How many numbskulls does it take to make one of these anyway?
Too many.
Ah,
Joe Pinney, the man who taught me everything I know. Everything I know about evil. The testers, sitting in a dark room with lava lamps, and they think it's heaven. Sound? I don't want to hear it. Damien, are you really a lumberjack, or do you just like the plaid shirts? Marketing? I sell myself. Jake, go talk to somebody who cares. Will it never end? Oh, the playtesters. All that pizza and no idea what kind of meat it was. Whoa! That's a filthy lie! This is my own voice! Kevin Bruner, he's been around forever. Go away, old man. Randy Tudor, I will end you! Oh, like all these people had something to do with it. Boring!
Agreed. Pets.
Praise the burning face of hell! At last, I alone rule the interface. I have taken control, and none shall...
Nice. Alright, I'm going to fire up the next one and then step away for just... Hey, welcome back. I was eating a few crackers, but now my crackers are done, my snack is done. I'm ready to jump into Chapter 4. The trial and execution of Guybrush Threepwood. Actually, my crackers aren't done. I'm still gonna munch on some crackers. I hope you'll forgive me. Or don't. I don't really care. Hey Jake,
While
thanks so much for the
searching
bits.
for a cure to the pirate-afflicting pox of LeChuck, the fates of Guybrush Threepwood and Morgan Le Fay are blown off course when they are swallowed by a lovelorn Leviathan.
I appreciate the
Much
1,000
to
bits.
Morgan and Guybrush's surprise, an uneasy alliance to escape the beast blossoms into a genuine friendship between the pirate and pirate hunter. A tidal shift that leads Threepwood to the elusive pox-curing Esponja Grande. But Guybrush learns too late that it is the wise pirate who prepares for the inevitable change in the winds as Morgan betrays him and returns him to the scientific clutches of the Marquis de Sange.
Okay, I'll stop munching for a few minutes.
29, 30,000 pieces of silver, mon petit chouchou.
Sorry, allergic to cracker
Just as we
sound.
agreed.
It'd better be, or I'll cut the
You deserve
difference
better
out of your
than this.
fluffy wig.
I got an idea. Why don't you let me go and I'll pay you double what the Marquis is paying?
Don't embarrass yourself, Threepwood.
Oh yeah? I'll pay triple. Quadruple? Quintuple? Sextuple?
What a pervert.
Threepwood, you grossly underestimate the value of that which courses through your body.
Oh, I've got a pretty good idea. Why, my spit alone once won me 8,000 pieces of 8 on Booty Island.
Then you should die knowing that you gave a priceless gift to science!
Finally! I've got the Threepwood, I've got the formula, and soon I'll have nothing left than life eternal! Oh, I'm as happy as a penguin sliding on its belly.
That's pretty happy.
What is this?
Ah, it's a welcome back party. I hope they brought ice cream cake.
Hate ice cream cake.
Guybrush Threepwood! We've been waiting a long time for this.
Hey, why can't I stop my legs?
What? No! No, come back! This cracker croaker's got a date in the court of pirate law! You test tube tinker and Talleyrand!
What? And then the scurvy dog'll hang.
Arr!
Arr!
You! After him!
Hey, I brought you Threepwood, and you paid me. We're done here.
We'll just see about that.
What? The intro cinematic's done? Well, I still have crackers.
Captain Threepwood! Having been found guilty of all charges, you'll be taken to the nearest ship and keel hard until your ravaged skin hangs in tatters from your bleeding.
Guilty? But I haven't been charged with anything yet.
You haven't? Where's that incompetent prosecutor?
Right here, Your Honor.
Oh, great.
Sorry I'm late, Your Eminence, but old Stan had to in flagrante his delicto. And there was a line in the washroom.
Belay your excuses, you sniveling sea weasel, and get on with the charges! I've got grog waiting for me at Club 41!
Of course, Your Immensity. Your Honor, pirates and wenches of the gallery.
Hey, that's us.
This evening I will prove beyond a scintilla of a shadow of a doubt that Guybrush Threepwood is guilty of no fewer than 4 heinous crimes.
Funny, I thought there'd be 3.
Firstly, that he did knowingly engage in a bar fight that horribly injured the beloved feline of local pirate elder, Hemlock McGee.
And it's too good for him!
Secondly, during this selfsame fight, Captain Threepwood spilled boiling not.
Hold on, let me turn down the game. Game's too loud.
Hams.
Get him alive!
Thirdly, that he did conspire with one Joaquin de Oro to craft and sell counterfeit porcelain power pirates.
All about spreading the box!
And finally, that he folded, spindled, and mutilated this previously pristine X belonging to Flotsam's newest arrival, Killick Hardtack.
What the heck?
Yeah, he did that to me.
Captain Threepwood, having heard the grave charges arrayed against you, how do you plead?
I plead 1,000% not guilty. Especially that last one about the X.
Very well. Let it be recorded that the miserably guilty defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Now, who would you like to represent your pathetic case?
Hey, Stan, why don't you represent me? For old time's sake.
You mean those old times when you swindled me out of a ship, stuck me in a coffin for 3 months, scammed my insurance company, and got me involved with high-risk doubloon derivatives?
Yes?
Sorry, kid, nothing personal, but I stand to make a bundle in legal fees off these honked-off Flotsamites. They really don't like you.
Puroseki, thanks so much for the resub. Thank you for the 35 months. Thank you so much, Puroseki.
I guess I'll represent myself.
Captain Threepwood, are you aware of the old pirate court saying? The pirate who represents himself in court has a soon-to-be keel-hauled fool for a client.
Yes, Your Honor, and I am that fool.
Fine! Your move, Counselor!
Here's your briefs, kid.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood. Boy, am I getting tired of saying this. Mighty pirate, yada yada yada.
Austin, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 32 months. I appreciate it. If that kitty moves an inch, this case is over. Okay. Alright, we'll see you.
Your Honor, I'd like to call a recess to confer with my client.
Bailiff, please escort Captain Threepwood to the brig.
Aye, aye, Your Honor.
Well, at least I'm not about to be dissected by a
stabilized.
crazy scientist. Now to break out of here, find Elaine and use La Esponja Grande to... Hey, what happened to my cool voodoo sponge?
All possessions will be returned to the prisoner once he has been cleared of all charges. In the likely event that the prisoner is not cleared of all charges, his property will be distributed to his heirs.
But I don't have any heirs that I know of.
Then they'll be auctioned off at eBay.
eBay.
Hey, guard!
What do you want?
I want to see my lawyer.
Your lawyer?
Yeah, you might have heard of him. Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate at law.
Fine. All right, Counselor. Judge Grindstump says you got 5 minutes.
That should be more than enough for this piece of scum. I hope you had a good excuse for dragging me out of bed at this ungodly hour. I'm worried about my wife, Counselor. She hasn't sent me a letter in weeks. I wouldn't worry about her, Guybrush. We're taking very good care of her on my estate. Very good care. You scurvy backstabber! I'll... Guard! I'm quite done with my client. I'll get you, Threepwood, if it's the last thing I do.
Sorry about that, Mr. Threepwood. I know those prisoners can be a rowdy lot.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Hardtack. Now, where can I find a good grog?
Club 41's right over there, sir.
Well, I got done speaking with my client, so...
Lou?
You!
Doro? What happened to your eye?
I'll tell you what happened to my eye, smarty guy. When I dug up that phony Dark Ninja Dave you planted...
Allegedly planted?
Allegedly planted. I got a speck of dirt lodged in my eye. A week later it got infected, and Dr. Descent had to cut it out.
Yeah, I just bet he did.
Now I need a glass eye.
Associating with her...
Adios.
I didn't mean to skip that, sorry.
Hey there, youngster. I know you're curious about the behind-the-scenes working of Stan's Courtroom Emporium, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to step away from the door.
Why?
Because that's where Stan works his magic, kid. It's where my dreams become reality.
It's only
Some
in this
of my
chapter.
realities become dreams.
So it's where you're sleeping?
Yeah, but only until this souvenir business picks up.
I have no desire whatsoever. Stan?
Guybrush Threepwood. Nice to see you out and about, kid. Hope they haven't been treating you too badly in the Hooskow.
Well, there is a pretty scary-looking rat in my cell.
I wonder how hard that
I hope it's
effect
a
is
rat.
to produce.
That's just swell, kid. Look, could you get out of the way?
I
and make
imagine it's
room
just
for
a
some paying
shader that
customers?
has like weird UV mapping.
I know I'll kick myself for asking, but what sorts of trial souvenirs are you selling?
The question you should be asking is what kind of souvenirs am I not selling? Behold, the People vs. Threepwood collection.
I guess with the proper shader, that's probably not that hard to produce, actually. If you just have a shader that uses the screen space, but it doesn't seem like it's based on screen space, because when he was walking, the texture actually did move. It wasn't locked to the screen space.
What's that?
That, my piratey friend, is a little novelty I like to call Draw the Beard on the Guybrush. Using the power of magnetism and iron shavings, you can give Flotsam's most notorious criminal an infinite array of amusing and degrading hairstyles. Observe. What the? This one doesn't have a magnet. And look, it's leaking iron shavings. This is what you get when you
Unbelievable.
use shoddy Fat Island labor.
Hey, a little me.
That's right, Threepwood. A faithful reproduction right down to the lacy garter belt.
Hey, I only wore those once.
It is I, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
It sounds just
nothing
like,
like me.
Sounds just
Yeah,
like
I
him.
know. To be honest, your real voice didn't focus test all that well.
That's really funny.
On second thought.
Say no more.
Your real voice just didn't focus test all that well.
I'll see you in court, Stan.
Hey, that's pretty funny.
It's a broken Draw a Beard on Guybrush toy. Looks like it's leaking iron fillings. I wonder if Club 41's changed its restrictive policies. Guess so. Ah, Club 41. Nothing screams pirate bar like the aroma of moldy grog sprinkled with just a hint of sea spray and shattered dreams.
I will double your quadrupled rate.
Keep your gold, Silk Pants. You can't afford me anymore.
But you must break Threepwood out of jail and bring him back to me. He is the only one who has the poxalicious strains that I need.
You're a little behind the times, Demange. I'm pox-free and fit as a fiddle. See?
Impossible.
Nothing's impossible when Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate, is
Impossible.
involved. And after I cure my wife and everyone else, I'll...
Wife?
Yeah. She was standing right next to me when LeChuck exploded, so the pox hit her pretty hard.
I want you to hunt down and capture this wife of Guybrush Threepwood.
Hey!
What part of non do you not comprendes?
But I need her! She's the only other pirate who could possibly have the Threepwood strain of the pox!
Then get her yourself.
My dear Mademoiselle Leflay, I don't get people. I hire people like you to get them for me. And if you won't get them, then maybe I'll find someone to get you.
I don't like to be threatened.
Oh! Oh, my phalange!
What the?
Oh! That was a very, very bad mistake, mademoiselle.
Well, it wouldn't be the first.
Jerk.
We love him around here. What a great kid.
Judge Grindstump?
Oh, please, no need to be so formal. In here, I'm just plain old W.P. Grindstump, owner and proprietor of Club 41.
Barkeep, I'd like to order a drink.
Brilliant! Will you be paying with doubloons, triploons, coupons, or flat semen first chefs?
Actually, I'm a little light right now.
Oh, no problem. I'll start up a tab.
You will? That's so unlike, well, every place I've ever been in my life.
Well, it's not like you're going to skip town on me, am I right?
On second thought, I'm not as thirsty as I thought.
Dar.
Dar.
Ladies' night is looking a little, grim.
Well, it's early. Once we got the buffet table laid out, this place will be hotter than the devil's knickers.
Well.
Good luck with that.
Set me up with a line of Blood Island volcano shots.
Me pleasure. These come with our complimentary Club 41 insulated volcano shot glasses. Hewn out of molten lava. They can keep hot liquids hot for a week.
Impressive.
That is impressive.
Ooh, that's some hot grog on grog action. I'll just save this last one for later.
Occupied!
Sorry. Well, that's a strange place for a sugar sack.
I keep it up there to draw away the ants.
Ooh. I wonder what happened to Murray.
I don't.
Nothing like a little hot wax on a cold, flotsam night.
I have no idea what a first chef is. Not much. What's the first chef with you? Did that one work? That one felt like that worked.
I better get some of this before it cools. Warm. That's really, something.
Aye, isn't she a beauty? It's a prototype of my swashbuckling Susie long-lasting leg length. That crystal on top will glow for days.
Don't you think it's a little tacky?
Nah, pirates love this kind of stuff.
Whoops!
Hey! Arr! Now look what you did! Arr!
Sad
Clumsy
R.
clam clipper! You ruined my prototype! Now I'll have to start all over! Arr!
So if it's messed up, can I have it?
Fine, take it! Just get out of me sight! Arr!
Does that help me get a leg up in the trial? Hello there, uninformed man on the street.
What do you want?
I see you can make a glass leg, but tell me, can you make a glass eye?
Aye. But not just any glass eyes. Genuine imitation eyes made from the crystal wreaths themselves.
Genuine imitation eyes?
That's right. They'll imitate the eye color of anyone they see. You just point them at someone's eyes, give them a few seconds to set, and shazam! All new eye color. When you got a color you like, just pop it in your eye socket, and it'll stay that way forever.
I'm intrigued and cautiously optimistic. How much?
Here, try out this defective one for free.
Defective?
Aye, it's a little nearsighted, so you'll have to get up real close to the subject to capture their eye color.
Thanks. I take back all the nasty things I wrote in my diary about you.
Sad R.
I'll see you in your, pectorals later.
Yeah, well, the three of us will be waiting.
Ooh. Bisley, you know, if I was a little more scientifically inclined, I might be worried about the effects this stuff is having on any future generations of Threepwoods.
It's okay, everyone's concerned about the prospect of you procreating.
Hey, look! A five-headed bonobo!
Wow. They really upgraded from that three-headed monkey.
I didn't see nothing.
Sorry, must have been a weather balloon. I've just got to get some of this incredible bacon grease. There. Now my jacket and my pants smell like bacon.
A feast for the senses. I think that's the one it was supposed to be.
Stan, I think you should look at the burns on this lamp.
Sorry, kid, can't talk. Conflict of interest. Attorney, pirate privilege, and all that stuff.
But...
La 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 la, I'm not talking to you about it.
He's right. That's how that works.
Who goes there? It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate at law.
Oh, Councillor Threepwood! What can I do for you?
I'd like to return to court to defend my client.
Alrighty then, let's find Judge Grindstump. The Pirate Court of Flotsam Island is back in session. The Right Honourable Wallace P. Grindstump presiding.
Let's keep it moving, Captain Threepwood!
I, don't know what to do.
That's why you should have a lawyer, you blithering blatherskate!
Sorry.
Look, Threepwood, it's pretty easy. You can call witnesses for any of the cases. Once they're on the stand, you can question them, confront them with evidence from the evidence table, if it's pertinent to the case, or attempt to confront them with new evidence that you've brought into court.
You'd best be careful about that last one, though. Nothing gets on me nerves more than a defendant attempting to clog my court with
Cool.
useless...
I'm glad discovery is uncomplicated.
And of course, you can always ask for a recess so you can check your briefs.
Thanks. Just a moment, Your Honor. I object.
To what?
To this trial. To your hat. To the way my beard's itching. I also object to the way that guy's looking at me. And to this hook. And
Captain Threepwood, you will cease your foolish distractions before we come down and seize them for you!
Were Stan's eyes missing?
hold that crazy pose. Gotcha.
Right! Where were we?
Hey, hardtack.
Defense will refrain from addressing the bailiff in open court!
Sorry.
Yeah.
Could you read that last bit back for me?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. I don't even remember saying exsanguinate.
It's a good word.
No, I'm not questioning your professionalism. It's just that I don't even know the meaning of... Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. I'd like to call Bosun Catherine Krebs to the stand.
Catherine Krebs! Do you swear on Blackbeard's log to tell the truth to the best of your ability as a grog-swilling, backstabbing pirate?
Aye. Bosun Krebs, could you tell the court what happened on that fateful day?
I was minding my own business at Club 41 with a mug full of grog and some zesty nachos, when all of a sudden that blindfolded Jasper barreled into me, knocked me nacho sauce into me lap, and gave me this disfiguring scar.
Hachi-machi!
Aye, that takes me back.
Ooh.
Bailiff, supply the prosecutor and the defendant with sketches of the burns for their briefs!
Aye, aye, Your Honor.
Lots of luck, kid.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce this leg lamp into evidence as proof that Bosun Catherine Krebs is lying about her so-called nacho sauce burn.
This proves nothing!
Objection, Your Honor. The scars on this leg-shaped lamp may look like my client's, but who knows how they got there?
I'm glad you asked. So you see, Your Honor, Catherine's distinctive burns were not caused by Club 41's nacho sauce, but by an unlikely combination of scalding fluids found throughout Flotsam Island. Isn't that true, Bosun Krebs?
Answer the question, you she-devil!
It's true. After Guybrush knocked that platter of nachos onto my lap, I saw my chance for revenge and concocted this foolish scheme.
Revenge?
You still don't remember me? The woman whose ship you sunk? Who spent years languishing in prison for your crimes? The woman whose husband you humiliated in that creepy karaoke contest?
Nope. Sorry. Drawing a blank.
Arr!
Your Honor, I move that Bosun Catherine
Yeah, nobody
Krebs'
knows what you're
charge
talking
be
about.
dropped.
Counselor?
I got nothing, Your Honor.
Very well. In the matter of Krebs versus Threepwood, the Pirate Court of Flotsam Island finds in favor of the defendant Guybrush Threepwood. Knock it off, you lot!
It's only too easy.
I'd like to call Hemlock McGee to the stand.
Hemlock McGee!
What's that? Oh.
And do you swear on Blackbeard's...
Yeah. Listen, Pinky. I knew Blackbeard back when he was blotchy black peach fuzz. Just let me at him.
Ensign McGee, it's your contention that Captain Threepwood injured your cat.
Injured? He practically crushed him. Hit him right in the puss with a stuffed manatee, Eddie did.
And how is your cat today?
See for yourself. The poor dear is paralyzed with fear. I have to feed her through a tube. Oh, my poor Miss Pretty Whiskers. Oh, my poor little Pretty.
Pretty Whiskers?
Your witness, kid.
I don't have a magnet or anything.
Jump, girl. Go to your master.
Miss Pretty Whiskers.
Captain Threepwood, quit tormenting Ensign McGee's cat and get on with your case! Assuming you have one.
I do not have one.
With the court's indulgence, I'd like the witness to stand on this X.
Objection, relevance.
That piece of evidence has no bearing in this case, Threepwood.
I don't understand how I'm supposed to respond to the ruin the X.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood.
Your Honor,
Oh, am I
I'd like to
getting
call a
tired of
recess
saying
to
this.
confer
Mighty
with my
pirate,
client.
Yada, yada, yada.
Bailiff!
Aye, aye, Your Honor.
Code thanks so much for the resale. Thank you for 25 months, Code Thank you.
Hey, guard! Well I want to see my lawyer.
Again?
He's not getting any smarter. Captain Doro?
Do you have it?
One nigh indestructible glass eye. Pox-colored, just like all the cool pirates are wearing it.
Achis Santo Pica and Santa Fe! Ay, 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 ay. My eye is really scary.
Now, according to Cryptdigit, all you have to do to set it is pop it in your eye socket. Ooh.
How do I look?
Dangerous.
I think you mean dangerously cool, eh?
Sure, whatever. Now,
yeah,
about
why
your
not?
testimony.
No problem, mi amigo. Just call me back to the stand and ask me about this.
Your Dark Ninja Dave Porcelain Power Pirates treasure map? I'd just smuggle this into here.
In my, let's say, mouth.
Stan!
That's my name, kid.
Can I see those Threepwood trial things again?
Can't get enough of them, huh? Say.
No matter how many times I see it, I can't get over your jacket.
You like it? I just had it in for its annual re-stitching and de-rezzing.
Hey, Krebs.
What do you want?
You're not upset about the trial, are you?
Why would I possibly be upset by the fact that I hideously disfigured myself in a quest for long-delayed vengeance, only to have it cruelly snatched away at the last moment?
Hey, Krebs. Now that your case has been dismissed, care to join me in a little post-trial amicus curiae?
Was that a pickup line?
I don't know. My Latin's a little rusty.
I don't know what that means. I've heard of an amicus brief. I don't know what that means either.
Occupied!
Sorry.
My Latin's rusty, sorry. Friend of the court. I don't know what that means. Like an expert witness?
You know, if you have even a scintilla of a guilty conscience, I could really use your help.
Listening?
There's this trial going on.
So I've heard. Some guy was trying to tell me that it's the trial of the century!
Yeah, well, I could really use some trumped-up evidence. Or a few intimidated witnesses. Or maybe a well-placed bribe or 10?
You couldn't afford me.
Of course. How silly of me. It's all about the pieces of 8 with you, isn't it?
Not always. I also accept pieces of 9.
That's the worst joke I've ever heard. Hands down. Hands down. Worst joke of the game. Nope. There's no way that it gets lower than that.
Well, I can see you've got inner demons to wrestle with, so I'll just get on with my life.
Thanks. And watch out for DeSinge. That thing he did with his finger was unnatural.
Bonjour. Threepwood, stay away from my laboratorium.
It's Jacques, the electromagnetic monkey.
I'm gonna get you out of there, buddy.
Let's see if this'll work. Aha! Come on, let's get you out of here.
Who go? Oh, it's you.
I'd like to return to court to defend my client.
Alrighty then, let's find Judge Grindstump. The Pirate Court of Flotsam Island is back in session. The Right Honourable Wallace P. Grindstump
Get on, Garthor.
presiding.
Time is grog, Captain.
I'd like to call Joaquin Jacinto de Meara Alfonso de Oro to the stand.
Joaquin de Oro. Do you swear on Blackbeard's log to tell the truth to the best of your ability as a grog-swilling, backstabbing pirate? See?
Senor de Oro.
Captain Doro.
Yes, of course. Why are you
course.
here today?
I was recently arrested for trying to sell a counterfeit Dark Ninja Dave porcelain power pirate figurine. A counterfeit figurine crafted by Guybrush Threepwood.
Actually, that wasn't so surprising.
Your witness, counselor.
Captain de Oro, what can you tell me about this map?
You mean Stan?
Defense Exhibit 42, Your Honor.
Stan S.
This is the map
Stanson?
the witness used to find his Dark Ninja Dave power pirate.
I'll allow it. But shut your eternally flapping mouth, you festering chumhole!
Continue.
I purchased this map at eBay 6 months ago from a traveling salesman with a plaid jacket and waving arms. He said that it was an authentic Dark Ninja Dave porcelain power pirate's treasure map, but I have since learned that it was just as counterfeit as the power pirate it led me to.
And who was the dastardly swindler who sold you this map?
It was...
Hey, would you look at that? I've misfiled my Glorious Mundus. Your Honor, on behalf of the Porcelain Power Pirates Corporation, I'd like to ask that all charges pertaining to the
I bet
unfortunate
Glorious
counterfeiting
Mundus
of the
is
Dark
not
Ninja Dave
actually a
action figure be
term.
dropped against Captains Joaquin de Oro and Guybrush Threepwood.
Smart move, counselor. In the matter of porcelain power pirates versus De Oro versus Threepwood, etc., 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 this court finds in favor of the defendants.
Call this justice. Where's the hangings?
You want hangings? Just keep it up, you swabs!
I'd like to call Hemlock McGee back to the stand.
I'm right here.
I'd like to
I'm
remind...
still under oath.
Your Honor, pirates and assorted buccaneers, Hemlock McGee has asserted that it was I, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate, that brought about the horrible emotional scars that even now leave poor Miss Pretty Whiskers paralyzed with fear. But I put it to you that it was not your humble defendant who traumatized Hemlock's unfortunate feline, but a far more insidious assailant, and one who's in this very courtroom as I speak. J'accuse Jacques the Monkey.
What? Objection, there's no evidence of monkey play here.
No? Let's ask the victim.
Miss Pretty Whiskers!
See? Miss Pretty Whiskers is up and about and seeking revenge just like a good pirate cat should.
Miss Pretty Whiskers, come back!
We'll get our revenge together.
Your Honor, I rest my case.
Mr. Prosecutor!
Well, considering that my client and evidence just ran out the door, I guess old Stan's gonna have to drop this one.
Good idea. In the case of McGee and Pretty Whiskers versus Threepwood, the Pirate Court of Flotsam finds in favor of the defendant, Guybrush Threepwood.
Come on, Judge, get him with the pox.
Don't make me send the bailiff up there.
Yeah, I don't know about this last one.
If it pleases the court, I'd like to call Bailiff Hardtack to the stand.
Bailiff Hardtack! Oh, that's me. Do you swear on Blackbeard's log to tell the truth to the best of your ability as a grog-swilling, backstabbing pirate? I suppose.
Bailiff Hardtack, could you tell the court about your claim against Guybrush Threepwood?
Well, back on Spinner Cay, I was getting ready to bury me modest chest of treasures, you see. My collection of spaghetti strainers, my silver paprika shaker, and so on. When all of a sudden, this Threepwood bloke runs up to me, waving his arms and telling me to look out for a three-headed monkey that's right behind me. Well, naturally, I turned and looked, but there was nothing there. When I regained my composure, Threepwood was nowhere to be found. And worst of all...
Yes?
He dug up my perfectly good ex. It's ruined now.
Oh, come on.
He's all yours, buddy.
I mean, look at it.
Mr. Hardtack, you say your ex was ruined when I allegedly dug it up.
Aye?
It looks pretty good to me. This whole story about your ex is a big fat lie, isn't it?
No, sir.
Come on, you're lying. Admit it.
No, sir.
Come on.
Oh, you got me, sir.
But why?
Well, I didn't have anything else to do after you killed me boss and left me without a job. Oh, I could have charged you with that instead.
Yeah, but you didn't.
Your Honor, I move for a mistrial.
Granted! Bailiff Hardtack, as punishment for wasting this court's time, you will be compelled to wear Lizzing's wig of foppery until such time as I am no longer tempted to gavel you into a
Are we allowed to say that word?
Oh, it's delightful.
Let's see here. Cleared? Dropped? Yes. Congratulations, Captain Threepwood. It appears that you have successfully gotten yourself out from under your various civil charges.
Shiver me timbers, Stumpy. I guess I'll be going now.
Hold on, what's this? There appears to be a criminal charge on the other side of this blasted paper.
Huh?
Since when did they start making paper double-sided?
Criminal? What else is there?
The creation, incubation, dissemination, proliferation, and mastication of a pox or pox-like affliction. A Class 1 felonious act here on
me.
Flotsam.
They got me. They got me, that's
You
me.
plead.
I gotta be honest with you, I plead guilty for that one, yeah.
Guilty.
Is that so?
Is the mandatory sentence a slap on the bottom and a public shaming?
Let's see here. No, it's death.
Oh, then not guilty.
On what grounds?
On grounds that it wasn't my fault?
The pox isn't my fault. It's LeChuck's. It all started with the cursed cutlass of Kaflooth. Off the Rock of Gelato, LeChuck was doing something evil.
Yo, is
with
that
the
my
monkeys.
guy
I was all
DP?
brrr, but then LeChuck broke
Out
my
here with a
Rupert
big
bottle,
ol'
and I had to
rage?
substitute some of the voodoo lady's ingredients, and then LeChuck turned into a human, and all this voodoo went boom, and well,
Yo, thank you,
it's
DP.
not my fault.
We're out here playing Tales of Monkey Island
Me, I know
from Monkey
from
Island
hand
May. Can you believe it's
But
still Monkey
seriously,
Island
we all
May?
know that the cloud of pox vexing this fair island arrived soon after the appendage crept upon these
clicked off the window.
shores.
Disgusting it was.
Then, after infecting everyone in sight, the pox cloud magically blew away at exactly
Magically
the
blew
same
away?
moment that Guybrush sailed away, stealing Flotsam's only ship, I might
Thank you so
add.
much, DP. I really appreciate it, man.
I won that ship, fair and square.
Now Threepwood has returned, and so has the cloud of pox. What a coincidence! And yet here he stands concocting fanciful stories.
Fine,
of-
if Stan's not going to stop talking, I'm just going to pause him. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm Author Blues. We're playing through every single game in the Monkey Island series and not skipping any of them, especially not the worst one of them. It's for Monkey Island May. We've already made it through 1, 2, and 3. And then now we're playing 5. And once this game's over, we'll play Return to Monkey Island, which is the new one. And we're having a great time. So if you want to join along with me, we've got lots of high C hijinks left. We're in chapter 4 out of 5. Probably won't finish it tonight, to be honest. All of these chapters are way too long, but
a human LeChuck, voodoo cutlasses, and a so-called Rock of Gelato.
Well, Threepwood, do you have any witnesses to your
Welcome.
unlikely tale?
I do. She's... Wonder Bunny.
Avast, ye blubbering belugas!
That's my wife.
I'm sucking your port! Bring me all your spoils, swags, booty, and boodle!
Lane, less plunder, more bunny, please.
And you!
I hope you at least play through the first 3, DP. The other ones you can
Captain's
afford to
quarters and
miss,
let me
but the first 3 are quite good.
Oh boy.
Ah, to finally hold you in my arms again, it makes me want to... What's this? The scent of betrayal? Who is this tawdry wench?
Nobody. No one.
She'll die by me rusty brain!
It's hard to be a wife guy when your wife
she
has turned
must
into
be
a
summoned.
pox-stricken monster.
Serve the woman immediately.
Yes, sir.
You'd better be using the voodoo summons. That saucy sea hag doesn't look like she be respecting the customs of pirate law.
Aye, aye, sir.
But first, hold the defendant's pox-spreading keister back to the brig.
All right, you. Stay put until I summon your ball and chain.
I wouldn't call her that. She
Ow!
might... Oof. Take exception.
Yeah, she wasn't feeling it.
What happened to you?
Oh, I'll tell you what happened. Oh, I went to Club 41 to hand this summons to your better half, and she backhanded me right out of the bar. Ugh.
Ouch.
If you want that banshee on the stand, you're gonna have to serve her yourself.
I don't think Guybrush should let this gentleman speak about his wife that way.
I'm gonna go see if the local doctor can fix me jawbone.
He's gonna remove it. He's gonna remove your jaw.
What the... Ah, ladies' night.
Guybrush, your wife has lost her mind.
And you're about to lose a limb, you sea cow!
Elaine, sugar cakes, let's stop fighting and work this out over a nice cold light grog.
It's her head or yours, bilge boy!
Or you two can just figure out this little misunderstanding on your own. I'll be over here appreciating my head's ability to stay attached to my neck.
That makes sense.
A recipe for something called a Fat Island Fuzzy Nostril.
Just using the toilet.
How about a towel, sir?
Thanks. Ooh, really needed that.
Gross.
Ew, what was that? Hey, what's this piece of paper stuck? It's a recipe for a drink called a Tri-Island Tuna Colada. Looks complicated.
Love the sound of that. Alright, chat, would you drink a tuna
Bartender's
colada?
recipe for a Scab Island Sling. Seems pretty simple. Yikes!
Get out of the way, you blithering hunk of man meat!
I won't be able to get any closer to the dartboard with those hell kittens in the way. Morgan! What do you think you're doing?
Don't ask me. Ask your crazy wife.
I'm gonna run you through, you high seas hussy!
Elaine, you should know that Morgan and I spent a few nights together inside of a manatee.
Inside of a what?
That's the part she takes her.
Guybrush
That's the part she
Threepwood.
takes issue with.
Hey Morgan, I think you're losing your edge.
I'll show you an edge. Whoa!
Ladies, please, there's plenty of Guybrush Threepwood to go around.
Well, there won't be when I'm done with ya.
Get over yourself, Threepwood.
Yikes.
Move! Get off the counter!
Can't you two just work it out over a nice grogatini?
The Guybrush Threepwood is buying me a drink?
Over your dead body, trollop!
Who are you calling Trollop, Schooner Mom?
Oh boy.
Schooner Mom? Okay, that's solid.
Wow, Morgan, you're pretty handy with a sword.
Is that so? What else is she handy with?
Okay, I'm gonna go think of something clever. Try not to kill each other while I'm away.
Yeah!
Hey, Krebs.
What do you want?
Tell me, did it hurt
Did what hurt?
when you fell out of pirate heaven?
No, but this will.
Stay away from Guybrush, you sea hog!
Yikes!
Just what I always wanted. An ant-infested sack of sugar.
Love ant-infested sack of sugar.
Yikes! Would you mind steering clear of the dartboard? Now that I've found me darts, I need to practice before tomorrow night's tournament.
I think tuna colada was the one that was complicated.
Can you make one of these?
A Tri-Island Tuna Colada? Arr, that takes me back. I haven't made one of these since I was a bosun under Captain Bo.
But can you make one? I'm really in the mood.
Aye, but it'll take some doing to scrounge up the ingredients.
Take your time. I'll just put this here for safekeeping.
Done! One Tri-Island Tuna Colada. Now I can get back to me darts.
Arr! Libations!
Ah, gimme.
Okay, this is really flattering, but let's calm down and talk this out like adults.
I'll be calm when LaFleur's been filleted like a fish.
Elaine, Tucklebear, Morgan's all bark and no bite.
You want bite? You got it. And I'll throw in the bark for free. Oh!
Huh? Good for nothing words getting in the way of my killing.
Honey, you are formally summoned to appear before the court of Judge Grindstump in the case of the people of Flotsam versus Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate. TM.
Phew. Now I know who wears the daddy pants in the relationship.
You stay away from my boy's pants, or I'll hang you from my Jolly Roger, you Jezebel! And you, don't think you can totter around with some tart and not get a fistful of what?
She's a catch.
And conveniently not a rotten double-crosser.
I told you I had a job to do.
Sure, just doing your job. Tell me, aside from all the silver, how are the benefits?
Guybrush.
Do you get health care for the
Probably pretty
repetitive
good.
stress injuries caused by all the backstabbing and cutting off people's hands?
I said I was sorry.
Sorry? I can't pick my left nostril without risking a lobotomy.
What if I...
What if nothing?
Yo,
Goodbye,
Gilder.
Morgan.
Thank you so much for the
I
raid.
got a wife to cure and an island to save.
Welcome,
Mrs.
my friend.
Threepwood. Please tell the court how this horrible pox is all LeChuck's fault.
LeChuck? That stick in the mud wouldn't know a good pox if it kicked him in the fundament. Heck, there wouldn't even be a pox if you'd gone through with the voodoo lady's recipe properly. But no, you had to wave that root beer bottle around like some sort of conquering hero. Oh, look at me! I be Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate! Next thing I know, you're trying to replace root beer with root grog and bam! Pox all over the place. Not that I'm complaining, mind you.
She's not helping my case.
Honey, why don't you please tell everyone how I've been trying to find a cure for the pox?
Don't you honey me, you two-timing cannon scrubber. I bet all this talk of looking for La Esponja Grande was all plot to spend time canoodling with your little privateering she-slag.
La Esponja Grande, yes, it's right over there, see?
Sure it is.
Could you give the court some idea of what a fine, upstanding pirate your husband is?
Well, let's see. When I first met him, he was breaking into my mansion to steal a statue. Later, after shanghaiing a crew to take him to Monkey Island, he totally failed to rescue me from the evil clutches of the ghost pirate LeChuck, so I had to dress up a couple of monkeys in a bridal gown.
Okay, that's not fair.
may have been a bad line of questioning.
I would have helped her.
Then he left me hanging over a pit while he went looking for the treasure of Big Whoop. I didn't hear from him for 3 years after that. Turned me into a bleeding statue.
Okay, but that's... Come on.
Sit up. Oh, and that's not even mentioning all the times I've found myself tied up, manacled, or otherwise incarcerated because of his blithering idiocy!
You're too good for him, love.
Shave his belly with a rusty razor.
I'd like a second to think about my next move, Your Honor.
Make it fast! Your character witness is oozing all over my courtroom!
Your Honor, Buccaneers of Flotsam, you all believe that I, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate, have brought this horrible pox to your shores.
Off with his
Run
head!
him off the
Feed it
plank.
to the jungle beast!
What
That's
if
fair.
I were to tell you that I could tame this unruly witness, prove my good intentions, and begin the process of curing you all of this hideous voodoo pox, all in one fell swoop?
I don't know.
Feed it to the jungle beast!
Your Honor, I object. Defense is grasping at sponge-shaped straws here.
Denied! But get on with it, Captain. The hangman gets overtime if we keep him up after midnight.
With pleasure, Your Honor. Wenches and pirates, I give you Exhibit S. The wonder of La Esponja Grande.
It looks like a Magatama.
I thought it'd be bigger.
Now behold, as a simple exfoliating motion of La Esponja Grande washes away the pox, restoring my wife to her usual, mostly pleasant demeanor.
He has the smallest eyes I've ever seen. I've never seen smaller eyes.
Sugar cakes?
Off with his head!
Get that piece of seaweed off me, you deep-sea doily diver!
Does the defense have any other pointless arguments it would like to make?
This is sort of all I got.
Then, by the power vested in me by the put-upon pirates of Flotsam Island, I summarily sentence you to be hanged by your pox-spreading neck until you are... right there.
What? Woof.
What is the meaning of this? My name is LeChuck, and I can tell you exactly what Guybrush did.
LeChuck? I thought he was a ghost.
I heard he was a zombie.
Don't listen to him.
He was all
See,
of those
Your
things.
Honor, the pox is all my fault.
Listen to him.
For decades, I dabbled in the dark forces of voodoo, clamoring for power. I hungered for it. I yearned for it. I pillaged, plundered, and killed for it.
I can attest to all of this.
And it was my accumulated voodoo that infected you all. Dark, evil voodoo that was explosively released when I was once again defeated by the perpetually heroic Guybrush Threepwood.
He's not kidding. I've killed him like 5 times.
So you see, Guybrush Threepwood is not the source of this pox. I am. And I hereby throw myself upon the mercy of this court, or lack thereof.
Off with your head!
But wait, there's more.
But wait,
it turns
there's
out
more.
I had an unknown silent power urging me down those darkened voodoo corridors. A power far more insidious than I could ever hope to be. I submit to the court this journal, property of the... Quiet up there! The Voodoo Lady.
Ooh! That creepy lady who lives in the shack?
What the what?
In these pages, you will find detailed plans laid out by the Voodoo Lady over the course of many years to manipulate my never-ending rise to power. My hunger for voodoo, my seemingly endless cycle of ironically comical death and disturbing resurrection. My obsession with the darling Elaine. It's all because of her.
Off with her head!
Lead him to the jungle beast!
Can't be true, can it?
Order! Order! I hereby call for the release of Guybrush Threepwood and the immediate imprisonment of LeChuck and the Voodoo Lady! To the brig with both of them!
Oh, I've had it up to me eye patch with all this land-loving lollygagging. I'm off to plunder me some treasure.
Don't worry about me, my friend. Go cure your wife.
That was good of LeChuck.
Well, I'm finally free, but now my pox-crazed wife is nowhere to be found. A mad scientist is hunting her for who knows what reason, and the legendary voodoo sponge that was supposed to cure her has turned out to be useless. Under normal circumstances, I'd ask the voodoo lady for help, but she's sitting in the jail cell next to my archenemy, who may or may not be my best friend, after it's been revealed that she has been the secret power behind most of my travails over most of my life as a pirate. Maybe I should have been a beekeeper like my Uncle Sid.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
We must talk.
You darn Skippy.
Hello, Threepwood.
You sent me on a wild albatross chase for La Esponja Grande and promised me it would cure the pox. But after fending off sexually ambiguous merpeople, a giant manatee, and your crazy ex-boyfriend, what do I get for my trouble? This sorry excuse for a kitchen sponge.
La Esponja.
Ah, I noticed you strategically left out the Grande from this worthless piece of junk. Once it cured my piddly leftover pox, it didn't have enough mojo left to cure Elaine.
It's not worthless. It is merely young. It must be brought to maturity in order to reach its voodoo-absorbing potential.
Brought to maturity? How am I supposed to do that? Give it a talk about the sponge birds and sponge bees?
Like all infants, La Esponja needs nourishment.
That makes sense.
It must be fed 6 special voodoo courses to bring it to adult size.
What sort of meal is that?
A feast for the senses. The menu, Treepwood. Take it, and serve the sponge a meal unlike any other.
And then?
It will grow.
Hey, neat. There's a map of the Flotsam jungle on the cover. No more listening to bees and birds and boars for this mighty pirate.
First course. Put on a napkin that's a sight, a garish cloth grotesquely bright. Second, antipasta jungle meat gives off a smell like stinky feet. Before the main course, cleanse your palate with taste that hits you like a mallet. The main course will cause quite a flap. To find the sixth sense, use your map. Now engorged, a small dessert, a touch so shocking it might hurt. Your meal is finished, let out a cheer, or belch so loud that all can hear.
I better fold this up before I put it in my pocket. What was that? Huh. Something sure shoved a short sword up his aft sail.
Guybrush, you are too much.
"18, 19, 20, and X marks the... Grr. When I get me hands on that plaid-coated scallywag, I'm gonna rip off his waving arms and beat him to a briny pulp with them. What are you looking at?
The secret to eternal life. Le spectre de Grand César!
Doesn't look like Elaine's in any immediate danger. Hopefully she won't commit any unforgivable atrocities before I finish enlarging my pox-curing sponge.
Despite repeated efforts to lace bait with tracking elements, Beast's spoor remains indistinguishable from jungle flora. Only the beast left a path as bright as Flotsam's beautiful jungle fireflies. Sack of sucrose.
Jungle fireflies, nature's little spotlights. That doesn't need to be illuminated. Those fireflies are so pretty, it almost makes you forget they spend half their lives as maggots.
Which half?
That doesn't need... What in the name of Bluebeard's hair dye?
Hey, no poaching! I have called dibs.
I think I may be lost. Shouldn't there be a creepy voodoo shack right about there?
There was, until they came to arrest that pox-spreading voodoo lady.
What happened?
First came the flames. Poor Senor Nipperkin went up like St. Elmo's fire. Then she emerged from the conflagration, mumbling ancient curses with every regal step. I never forget the baleful stare she fixed me with as she was led away. A look condemning me to a lifetime of suffering, shame, and regret.
Spooky.
And if that wasn't bad enough, I haven't found one bit of cool voodoo stuff in the wreckage. Come on!
Mob justice can be so unfair.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood. Boy, am I getting tired of saying this. Mighty pirate, yada
Whoa.
yada yada.
Uh-oh.
Bonesdale, thanks so much for the resub.
Looks like these
Thanks for the
finicky
12
moths will need a
months.
jacket that's encrusted
Really
with
appreciate it,
bacon grease,
Bonesdale.
fish water, and manatee guts. Lucky me. All right, little fellas, check out these high-def duds. Well, that's just great. The lamp's dead.
That sucks.
Well, at least Stan's sign is keeping the moths from returning to the jungle. Stan!
Threepwood! No hard feelings over all those various civil and criminal charges?
Water under the bridge.
Great.
A bridge with a fast-talking shyster/salesman dangling from it. I don't suppose you'd be willing to sell me your eye-bending jacket.
Give up my jacket? That'd be like Samson getting a buzz cut, or King Arthur losing Excalibur, or Bluebeard dying himself blonde.
Huh?
Without my jacket, my salesman mojo would wither away faster than a hothouse orchid in a pizza oven.
So that's a maybe? I noticed that you're remarkably free of the pox.
Nothing remarkable about it at all, Threepwood. Haven't you been paying attention? The pox only affects real, 100% honest to Blackbeard pirates. Now, I've been many things in this life. A salesman, real estate agent, a troubadour, stevedore, a ralphador, and even a brief but memorable stint as an exotic dancer to pay my way through law school. But one thing I'm not and never will be is a pirate.
Ah. What kind of souvenirs could you possibly be making out of the Voodoo Lady and LeChuck?
Oh, ye of little faith! Feast your eyes on the all-new People vs. LeChuck and the Voodoo Lady collection!
What's that one?
That's our Cursed Cutlass of Cthulhu LeChuck doll. Press the button for its special transforming glow.
What's happening?
It's a little bright.
Yeah, we're still working out a few kinks.
Isn't
Hey now, what's
stevedore
this? A fuzzy
something to
flying
do with
fan club?
cigars?
Ah! Hey, knock it off, you nutty nibblers! That hurts! Sweet ow! 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 Ouch!
That's a humidor.
Well, that was one heck of an experience, eh, Threepwood? It's a good thing old Stan always keeps a few spare jackets in the back office, or I'd be defending my clients in the All Together. Say, that's not a bad idea. Stan S. Stanman, naked attorney at law. You've got nothing to hide, and neither does he. No time to chat, Threepwood. I've got business cards to print.
Sweet. You know, when I dreamed of becoming a mighty pirate, I never imagined that one day I'd be tying eye-popping napkins around the non-existent necks of mystical sponges.
Really? Antipasta jungle meat gives off a smell like
I
stinky
better fold
feet.
this up before I put it in my pocket. Looks like Elaine and Morgan have made a dog's breakfast of your buffet.
What? That mess? Oh, pshaw, my boy. That's just the typical aftermath of our weekly ladies' night buffet table. Our lady pirates may be easy on the eyes, but heaven help you if you get between them and our bottomless salad bowl.
Yikes. Hey, WP.
Captain Threepwood, what can I do you for?
Ouch!
Love Stan S. Stanman.
Well, that's odd. It's like a whole new map now.
So I want to go here. So I need to get to green first. Stands for savings.
That's weird. Trail didn't go anywhere.
Oh, it's south. To get to green. The north should go to red? Sorry? Just went to nowhere. Okay, and now adjust the map to go to question mark.
Let's see. What do I have now that I didn't have the last time I tried to open this chest? Ow! Stupid hook! Oh, it can't be that easy.
It has been every other lock chest.
The Voodoo Lady's tarot cards? That's it? I bent the fabric of reality for a stupid fortune teller's trick? Okay, that's a pretty good trick. I better fold this up before I put it in my pocket. Those fireflies are so pretty, it almost makes... La Spongia Grande is only good for...
Is there somewhere else on here I want to go?
Now that I know a little bit more about the Vacalians, it appears that we're nearing the end of the Year of the Fish, and approaching the dawn of the Year of the Slightly Bigger Fish.
That's good for Bitcoin.
Who go? Oh, it's you.
LeChuck!
Guybrush!
I would have bet my good hand I'd never say this, but thank you.
For what? I've caused you nothing but despair.
For taking the fall back there, and for exposing the voodoo lady. I don't know what to make of any of it, but now I can focus on saving Elaine and dealing with the pox.
It is the very least I could do. But be careful, Guybrush.
I'm always careful.
This from the guy who proposed to his wife with a cursed engagement ring you stole from my hold?
Is that a dig? Is the evil demon pirate LeChuck developing a sense of humor? This is weird. So, Miss Spooky Pants gave me this menu which will supposedly put more grande in my esponja.
Excellent!
You wanna put some of your newfound deductive reasoning to the test and help me figure out what I need for the menu?
I'd give my beard to be able to help you, but I'm afraid my pirate mind is not fit for such things.
It explains why after all these years you still allowed me to get within a nautical mile of you with a bottle of voodoo root beer. Sit tight, buddy. Once I save Elaine, you're next.
Don't worry about me.
Hey, you!
Hello, Treepwood.
About this feast for the senses?
What would you like to know?
The antipasta? Explain.
With the table set, a powerful aroma must encourage the appetite to grow.
I think my nose has been in shock since traversing the inside of a manatee.
I'm sure you will find something.
All right.
I can't figure out...
As
I can't seem to figure out where to get some type of food. for in the like I don't
Looks
think
like
I
Elaine
can
and
just
Morgan have made a...
What? That?
like
Yikes.
I can't just take the beef or anything like that. I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing here.
Hey, WP. Barkeep, I'd like to order a drink.
What'll it be?
How about another one of those Scab Island slings?
Coming right up.
Hey, WP. Bark.
What'll it?
How about another one of those Fat Island fuzzy nostrils?
Here you go.
Hey, WP. Barkeep.
What'll it?
Set me up with a Grogatini. With a twist.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We don't serve grogatinis anymore. The pirates kept gagging on the little porcelain swords.
One grog. Neat.
Coming right up.
Bracing. Looks like ladies' night has finally come to an end.
I'm thinking about cancelling it in favor of something a wee bit safer. Like Ultimate Mumbly Pig Night or Amateur Tattoo Night.
I wonder what happened to Murray. Hey, Krebs.
What do you want?
Bye. Ouch! What the? Morgan! What happened?
Went to get your hand.
You didn't have to do that.
Had to pay you back for all the trouble. Found Jacques. He told me.
What?
He told me.
What? What did the monkey tell you?
She'll be fine. Just walk it off, you know.
Singe.
Actually, it's a nasal.
It's locked.
Sky bills. Thanks for the raid.
Auto trepanation helmet. Ow! Whoa!
Well, that'll
help?
definitely make it harder to play. Welcome, Skybills and Skybills Raiders.
Ow!
I am Guybrush
I'm blind.
Threepwood. Boy, am I getting tired of saying this. Mighty pirate, yeah.
Yada yada yada. Trisha, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 46 months, Trisha. I really appreciate it.
Ow! What the?
That's the button that makes you really tiny.
Ow!
Was it my thumb?
Guybrush gets what he gets.
Captain Threepwood, what can I do you for?
God, blah. Are you pirate enough to take the Fugu Jalokia challenge? Fugu Jalokia. Seems pretty harmless. Hey, WP. Tell me about this Fugu Jalokia challenge.
Ah, a connoisseur of peculiar culinary delights, are we?
Yes?
Then you surely have heard of the Fugu Jalokia, the hottest pepper in this world or the next.
Oh, that Fugu Jalokia.
I acquired that specimen of the Fugu pepper many years ago from a three-legged bandit named Ort, winning it from him when I was able to place me tongue on the pepper for 10 entire seconds.
How eccentric.
Since that tongue-destroying day, I vowed to pass on the pepper to the first pirate who can successfully put his tongue on the Fugu Jalokia for 11 seconds.
Cool. Cool challenge.
Ouch!
So which... That's third course, okay. I have the fourth course already. I know how to do the fifth course. And I think I know what's up with the sixth one.
I better fold this up before I put it in my pocket.
So the only one I'm missing is the second course, and I don't remember how to get meat. I need meat. I know what to do with it. I think. Maybe I'm misremembering how it works.
What the... What happened to Morgan's body?
Ow! Was it my thumb?
Tongue broke. Trying to remember what I'm supposed to do for the second one. It's something where I'm supposed to like, offer up something that's been dipped in the sugar water at the altar so that it gets eaten by the monster, and then I follow it back to its lair.
Well, bust my balustrades! Well done, Captain Threepwood! You've conquered the Fugu Jalokia and have won the right to keep it as your own.
A clean living and a healthy I probably got permanent glossal damage, but it was totally worth it to get my hook on that pepper. Ouch! When I was a younger pirate, I used to lie awake on the deck of my ship and gaze at the seagulls as they majestically swooped and bobbed through the evening sky. And then they started pooping on me. So I stopped doing that. That lamp is leaking oil.
Not just any oil, manatee oil.
Oh, that's not right.
That was the last liquid I didn't get earlier. So that cutscene played when it probably wasn't supposed to.
Say there, unbiased citizen.
What do you want?
See ya.
I think this is the one place I haven't been. Or at least one of the few places I haven't been.
It looks like the old Vacalian wind control device has been set to suck again. But what's that tubing around its fingers all about? That's weird. This whole idol is under one of Crimp Digit's unbreakable glass bottles.
I am Guybrush Threepwood. Boy, am I getting tired of saying this. Mighty pirate, yeah.
Yada yada yada. Yo, Tang, thanks so much for the resub. For the 19 months. I appreciate it, Tang.
Those fire... That doesn't need to be illuminated. Uh-uh. Something that tasty should be fed to something or someone that really appreciates it.
I'm really drawing a blank.
Nice to see that nothing's altered the altar while I've been away.
Shut up.
Hi there, Double Peg. See ya. I hope Miss Pretty Whiskers appreciates all the iron supplements I've given her. I hope Miss Pretty Whiskers appreciates all the iron supplements I've... given her. Wow, that bacon grease is still burning. Morgan left Mr. Winslow circling the island. Just
I don't know what I'm missing.
Hey, WP. I told you I was innocent.
Well, bully for you! Meanwhile, we're still all poxed, there's a creepy voodoo priestess in my jail, and your wife's still threatening to sack our town. Truly, these are the best of times.
So you're really the owner of Club 41?
Have been ever since I won it from the original owner in a dart tournament a few years back. Poor old guy never knew what hit him.
And by hit him you mean...
A dart! Right in the old noggin!
I wish.
Morgan Le Fay's been murdered by the Marquis de Singe!
Oh my, that is troubling. She was well on her way to becoming one of me best customers.
Weren't you gonna do something?
Oh, I'm sorry, lad, but I preside over a pirate court, meting out justice exclusively for pirate-on-pirate crimes. This sounds like a case of mad scientist on privateer violence. Totally out of my jurisdiction, you see. I think there may be a court in the lower mandibles that handles such affairs, along with ninja and clown crimes, but they only convene every second Thursday.
Okay.
Ouch!
I also looked up the thing I was forgetting because I wanted to stop forgetting it. It was frustrating me wandering around pointlessly. And I probably would have wandered around a little longer because I forgot that this game has literally one verb for a locked thing, and that's just use your hook. Which is kind of getting on my nerves, I'll be honest.
Oh no. This is where the Marquis keeps all the severed limbs of the pirates he's operated on. Hey, you never know when a sack of severed legs is gonna come in handy. Or footy, as the case may be. Sorry.
That gets me back on track.
The fireflies are attracted to the sugar water on the leg. Fascinating. And just a little nauseating. I don't know about mythical jungle beasts, but I always prefer my ritual sacrifices to be slathered in sugar water.
at last. I've lost that she-devil.
Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Serves him right, though. Still, I'd better finish feeding the sponge before Elaine hurts someone I actually care about. The mighty pirate hunter tracks his prey via his distinctive firefly-attracting spoor. That's the legendary jungle beast of Flotsam Island? What the? It's empty. Here, boy. Ooh, that looks uncomfortable. But at least he's not snapping at me anymore. Don't worry, you freakish little abomination. Dr. Guybrush will make it all better. Gotcha! Ew! That is by far the foulest thing I've ever smelled in all my years of pirating. And that's coming from a guy who's just spent a few days inside a giant manatee.
What a weird sequence.
Come on, little sponge. Eat the nice smelly antipasta. That's a good sponge. It's a good thing the sponge doesn't have a tongue, or I'd be dunking it in the ocean right about now. Hopefully these flakes of the future will give La Esponja a sixth sense that'll help keep me from getting into situations like this. Whoa. Yow! Ooh. Whoa. Tingly. Well, hey, what's this? Ah, so that was the shocking dessert. Ouch! Alright, Senor Esponja Not So Grande. That's 5 senses down and 1 to go. Now, where can I find a really big sound for an after-dinner belch? Well, there's only one thing on Flotsam Island that can make a noise like that.
L8, I will live forever. L8, immortalité. Who will live forever, moi? Who will conquer nature, moi? L8, I will live forever. L8, immortalité.
Face me like a man, you snuff-sniffing land licker!
You heard the lady Desinge.
Guybrush, get out of here and find your own treasure! This one's mine!
Ah, the happy Threepwood pirate clan. Whatever shall I do now? Oh, I know.
Oh, clam dip.
How'd you fall for that, man?
Can't believe I ever married a dullard like you.
You know, once I cure you of the pox that's making you say all these mean things, you're gonna owe me a lot of smoochies.
I wouldn't smooch you with his lips, cabin boy.
I hate to break up this portrait of domestic bliss, but I've got some last-minute adjustments to make to my machinery before preparing the charming Madame Threepwood for her journey into scientific history.
Don't worry, Buttercup. Once I get La Esponja Grande into that noisy doohickey, our troubles will be over.
Yes. Well, please try to keep it down, no?
At least I hope so.
What's this? An airborne porifera?
Hey, give that back!
and risk tainting my moment of triumph with your tedious voodoo folderol? I don't think so.
Moment of triumph?
Oui, using my Arpsichronoton, I have discovered the unique harmonic frequency that allows me to pulverize matter into a fine powder and spread it across the seas. Observe!
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate. It's me.
That's him. That is Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate.
First of all, thanks. That thing was really starting to scrape my scabbard. Second, you're crazy if you think you're gonna get me in there. Okay, crazier.
You? I don't want you. It's your wife's molecules I need to smear across the seas.
I'd like to see you try, you wuss.
Why her?
Because of her pox, you dolt! She's got the same unique strain of the pox that you once had. The same one that was flowing through your amazing hand. The same one that I've distilled into my amazing jus de vie!
Lefty!
Unfortunately, a single hand can only provide enough of the Threepwood strain to produce a few meager drams of my jus de vie. Even if I were to drain your beloved to the bone, I would only gain a few piddling firkins of the juice.
I'll give you some piddling firkins!
No, if I want a perpetual strain of the jus de vie, every pirate in the world must be exposed to the Threepwood strain. Now, Madame Threepwood, if you'll hold still for a moment, I'll try to make this as painless as possible.
How nice. But I won't.
Oh! Oh! Behold the power of the jus de vie!
Oh, what the heck. Sweet.
Ah, shiny.
That doesn't need to be illuminated. I wonder why they're called fireflies anyway. Not like they're on fire.
Great question.
That doesn't need to be illuminated. Something that tasty should be fed to something or someone that really appreciates it. Hey, Vu!
What now? What in the world? Oh, shoot!
That doesn't need to be illuminated. That doesn't need to be illuminated. Hey, the monkey!
What?
Rupert, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're finishing up the very end of Chapter 4 of Tales of Monkey Island.
You'll never get past my wife's sword, you know. I once saw her hold off a horde of angry Rotarians with nothing more than a penknife and a feather duster.
Impressive. But unless they were invulnerable Rotarians fueled by my incredible jus de vie, there's really no comparison. Soon she will tire, and her pox will be mine to spread across the four corners of the earth.
I'll spread you to the four corners.
It is a great game.
Ugh, what now? My turban! No! Shoo! Shoo! Oh, get away from me, you nasty little pests!
No! What's the matter with him?
Without my hand to supply him with more jus de vie, all those wounds you've been inflicting are starting to catch up with him.
Ugh. Oh, get back here, you naughty little hand! Aha! I have you now, my pretty.
Nice move. Gruesome.
Nice one, Hand. Care to help me with these locks? I guess that was a little too much to ask. At least I've got the sponge back, though.
Guybrush. Your hand.
Well, that was a little anticlimactic.
Whoa!
Now that's an Esponja Grande! But how will I use it to cure... Oh, right! The winds!
Oh, nice. It was just that easy.
Hold on!
Guybrush?
Elaine! Are you alright?
I think so. But how did I get here, and why does my mouth taste like coleslaw?
It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it once we figure out how to get out of these stupid clamshells.
Leave everything to me, my friends.
LeChuck, my new best pal. How'd you get out of jail?
Oh, the guard was more than happy to release me once I convinced him that it was the only way to win Elaine's hand in unholy matrimony.
Wait, unholy what?
Unholy this!
Guybrush!
Elaine?
Guybrush!
LeChuck! Ha! This name shouting is jolly good fun.
Wait, so he's a bad guy again?
Mother? I washed my hands.
I knew it all along. With or without all that voodoo, you're still nothing but an evil sack of scum.
Correction, my sweet. I'm an evil sack of scum who's about to plunder the grandest treasure in all creation. But I'd be willing to share my booty if you catch me drift.
What?
Oh, come now, my love. You can't deny what we've shared these past few weeks. The chummy camaraderie, the kind words, the stolen glances. I know you've developed feelings for me. Join me as my demon bride, and together we'll lay a bloody siege to the very heart of voodoo itself!
Go to hell, LeChuck.
Well, you can't say I didn't try. Looks like we'll be doing this with all that voodoo.
Poor Guybrush.
Elaine? Do me a favor.
Ah, that be the stuff.
Anything.
Kick his two-faced butt for me.
From Melee to Monkey and all the islands in between, my love.
Aren't you dead yet? I've got wedding plans to make. Out of respect for the newly deceased, I feel I should point out that you wave your sword like a dairy farmer.
How appropriate. You fight like a pox-infected undead cow.
Well. Unbelievable. Roll credits. That's it. That's Monkey Island. I assume this chapter is the one where Earl Bowen was back in. Damn, they got several web developers this time. I will not be at GDQ, no. Designer for a Day finalists? Yeah, Earl Bowen is here for LeChuck. Did he also voice human LeChuck? Wait. Oh, he didn't. It's a totally different VA for human LeChuck. Weird. Hmm.